fed these people, oh. We have overfed these people, oh. My technical team, are you ready? After all, what is something? What is something? My people are overfed. After all, what is something now? Yes. Yes, now. Abby? Don't you know what's happening? Are you sitting down? Hey, Abu, what's happening? Yes, so. Hey, see Abuloma babe. I must be in EGG Sokoto. Undisputed. Hey. Luxury or nothing. Luxury or what? Money is talking. Blessings on blessings. Yes, so how much is money? This Abu babe. How much is money on this table? I put it down. Hey, that table at the back. I put it down. Here. Hey. Yes, so. Yes, so. Sorry. My sister, sorry, when you come on stage, you want to come on stage and dance? So you see, that's what Lagos chapter wanted to show you. That is what? Luxury or what? Excuse me, it's not luxury or nothing. It is what? Luxury or nothing. It is nothing. Yes, so how much is money? What is brand serve? Steez. Yes, now. You know. So we're going to continue. They say Lagos lead, others follow. Uyo, do you agree? Abuja, do you agree? Uyo? Elogwa, do you agree? Okay, Port Harcourt agrees. We shall show Una Lagos, taste of Lagos. You don't see sight of Lagos, now you go taste them. See the amala, see the roll. I see the warm, see the, hey, help me out now. The fish, begiri, you know, bread, I can get bread, VI bread, it's all inside. Great. So now we're going to the next aspect. We've talked about the role of personal branding. The role of personal branding. I don't know if our keynote speaker is still here. Is our keynote speaker, Choma Afe, still here? Okay, fantastic. Please, you need that to come in. So we're about to start. Talk about the strength in vulnerability. Embracing imperfection. You know that when there's a bit of an imperfection, people are stereotyped. Now, how do we break away from all that? We have powerful speakers. Hey, no. These speakers, some flew in from outside the country today. Some flew in from Abuja, from different states, just to be here for you. Hey, Biko, no clap for them now. They say that I don't know if it's true, but they say that when you're in trouble, if you have been, excuse me now, not really. When you're in trouble, if you're Igbo, you say, whoa, Chineke, right? You don't say, oh my goodness, they attack you, say, whoa. So the localness of you, in quotes, comes out. That is why I say, Biko, you don't enter. These are speakers are powerful. Please, they deserve a standing ovation. Please, trust me. You will thank me later. Thank you. So, to start them off, I say, I know fit introduce. I know fit. Forgive me. So, I'm going to call one of us who is going to moderate this panel, powerful panel. Movers and shakers. Luxury or nothing. Yes, so that's where we are. After all, our global president is here now. We must shine, Abi. Thank you. My Lagos chapter president is here. I must shine. I must represent. Great. So I'd like to call on the CEO, Impact Investors Foundation, Etemore Glover, who is our moderator, to please come up and also introduce the panel members. She's a Jasmine girl. Excuse me. Jasmine. Photographer, where are you? Jasmine, what's that song again? Jealousy, they worry there. What's that song again? No,
Jasmine girl, no tension. By the grace of God, we are winning. Come on.
Okay. Okay. After we should teach them. All right.
I have to behave myself.
Brand.
Sorry, they just talked about brand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Good morning, ladies, and the few gentlemen here with us. I hope everyone is doing well. Okay. This panel is titled The Strength in Vulnerability, Embracing Imperfection. And with me to unpack the session, I have 3 heavyweight speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I make welcome to the stage the first speaker, Ola Sukomi Adenuga, Managing Partner, Workforce Consulting. Thank you. Yeah, please sit down next to me. Next is Miriam Aliku Mohammed. She is a coach, mentor, CEO of Moda Lali. Nice to meet you. Welcome. Last but not the least, you've already had a taste of the speaker, her worth. No other person than Chioma Afe, Director, External Affairs and Social Performance at Seplat Energy. Thank you. Welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, just to jump into the conversation, when I heard about the theme for this year's summit, I was really excited. Shattering Stereotype, which aims to challenge and dismantle preconceived notions and biases that limit people, particularly women. Women are stereotyped. Women have, been at the end of the stick, being put into prisms and glass ceilings. So with this topic, the strength in vulnerability, embracing imperfection, really is in alignment with that topic. And today we're going to see how we can delve into strategies in embracing vulnerability and imperfection. And you'll have to give us some powerful tips and tools from your own experiences in helping the audience break through the glass ceiling. I think I'm also guilty of stereotyping, because when they gave me the names of the panelists, I thought everyone was a woman. Even when I spoke to the man, I thought he was a woman. So only to come here this morning, I saw it was a gentleman, and I was excited. I said, yes. So we're going to put you on the spot to find out, why do we have stereotype, and why are women stereotyped from a man's perspective? So congratulations to the organizers for doing this and strategically bringing the only man amongst us who is blessed. So before we just continue, I would like us to have a quick introduction of each and every one of you, who you are, introduce yourself, your organization, and then we'll dive into the topic. Let me start with the only man in our midst. Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Now, I think I'm, to be honest, very intimidated. It's not very often that I get to sit in front of a very large group of distinguished women like this. I'm generally a public speaker, but for some reason, and I'm also trying to make my voice a bit more husky. So, so thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. My name is Olasukomi Adenuga. I'm the managing partner of Workforce Consulting. We're management and business consultants, where I would say when we look at the big three, I always say the big four. So we're a management consulting firm in Nigeria. We're one of the indigenous ones, been around for 20 years. We're supporting businesses and organizations to achieve organizational performance. So that's who I am. Thank you.
Okay, hello, good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. I walked into this room and the energy was just really lovely. Hello? Okay. Right, so I'm also a proud alumni of Bakori FGGC. We just turned 50. We are traditionally known as the Queen of the North, and I'm sure you guys are queens, of work. Yes, indeed. So it's really a pleasure, and thank you very much for having me. So very much like him, I am really, a passion of mine is performance, and how people do, what makes people tick. And so I've had a romance with performance, organizational and personal development for a very, very long time. I also went out, deliberately to become a coach, to be able to see how we can help people, surmount their psychological barriers, because mostly performance is just all about that. I'm happy to be here. I'm alive. I don't know what other introduction I would like to, but yeah, stereotypes is extremely, extremely important. I walk into this room, like most times when I walk into a room, I'm always different. Especially when I come to Lagos. Not so much as different, but because maybe I wear different. So automatically people assume something about you, and it's really interesting. Stereotypes are all about how our brain compartmentalizes things. Our brain has so much information to deal with, and so we put it into little boxes. Yes, right. Okay, hold on.
Okay, I'll use this one then. Okay, still morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Chioma Afe. I work at Seplat Energy. I lead external affairs and social performance. I've been asked what that means before. When I joined, I signed up as external affairs and sustainability. However, the business took a decision to focus on the ESG differently. And so my responsibility is the S, the social in ESG. So in that guise, I have to deal with diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is internal. I also look at community impact projects and CSI, or CSR, as we call it. From the external affairs perspective, I work with our JV partners, NMPC, managing that relationship, as well as our government regulators and government bodies, state governments and local governments. I'm also responsible for I think they call it the global brand perception of the Seplat brand. In other words, brand management, corporate communication, media relations, and all that. And that's sort of been my trajectory, I think, over the past 20-something odd years. So I'm very passionate about communication. I've learned to be passionate about how communication and brand management affects the business and drives growth ultimately for the corporate entity.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now you've met our panelists, and the topic, the strength in vulnerability, embracing imperfection. When I looked at it, it's a bit of an oxymoron, vulnerability and strength, vulnerability and embracing perfection. So I'd like us to just briefly unpack it from, your individual perspective before we go into your experiences and how you were vulnerable at some points in your life and how that, helped you to gain strength. So let's unpack it. Let's just start with you, Miriam, in the middle, and then we'll jump to him and we'll go to Chama. Just in a minute.
Imperfections. I think that, imperfections are important for individuality and uniqueness. I think it's in the fact that, we're all different. That is where the strength comes out. So imagine if all of us thought alike and did things alike. All of us would probably be wearing, blue and green and red. We'll all come out the same way. So it's in the imperfections that we have that create our own personalities. And in those imperfections and vulnerabilities that we have growth. And I think it's very important to realize that you don't grow knowing everything. You grow from making mistakes or looking at a gap or seeing a gap in something and trying to fill it or trying to rise to it. So if, you see vulnerability, it is not something that does not have courage or it doesn't have growth or it doesn't have all the positives. I think it's really important for us to realize that that is the most important thing for growth.
Yes, thank you. You said something really key, and it's important for us to realize that imperfection is your differentiating factor. It's what makes you stand out. So in other words, you're saying embrace your imperfection, which makes you different. As we say in marketing, your USP, your unique selling points, and it also depends on how you look at it as a vice or strength. Thank you very much for that. So let's come to Olasukomi.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I think I'd like to just also ride on that. We are all uniquely different individuals, and I think most times what I would say is our ability to embrace that individuality. Most of the time, I see individuals trying not to identify as who they are, but try to mirror what society expects them to be. We have to recognize that we're unique individuals and we have to embrace it. Very often when we talk about vulnerability, it's often perceived as a weakness. But the reality is, in there really lies the strength. And I do a lot of leadership development, and I talk to leaders and say, one of the most unique strengths of a leader is vulnerability. Recognizing and realizing that you're not going to be perfect. You don't have all the answers. You're not always going to do things right. You will make mistakes. And one posture leaders who get it wrong always try to do is not respecting the fact or recognizing the fact that they need to be vulnerable. And that vulnerability is where the strength is, because people recognize your authenticity when you are vulnerable.
Thank you very much. I mean, you made a very important point, which I really don't see in this climb, where leaders come out and have a posture like they know it all. They try to shy away from their vulnerability, seeing it as weakness. And so when they fall, those that they're leading sometimes are not very kind because we thought you knew it all. So we'll come back and we'll unpack that to see how we can help we women at different levels, because we're all leading at different levels, to be vulnerable. And, Choma, you said something very important when you're making your statement. We must be able to say, look, I don't know it. Ask for help. How do we ask for help? So how do you see this oxymoron, Choma, vulnerability and perfection?
So the way I see vulnerability and perfection, I'm imperfectly perfect. It's just how I see myself. So in my imperfection, I am perfect because I'm just like you and I can relate. And that is the empathy part of vulnerability. So we've talked about the strength in it, but there's an empathy in leadership that can only come, in my opinion, if you're vulnerable. If you acknowledge. And maybe because, from my experiences, I've had to work in being a young person or the youngest person in the space. I've had to keep quiet sometimes and then learn. So vulnerability, again, is a learning mindset. You open yourself up to learning and be able to acknowledge that I don't know it. I've had to manage people who are significantly older than me, very early in my career. And the vulnerabilities, one, acknowledging the age, we're African, we're Nigerian, you respect the person. More importantly, you respect your colleague. You acknowledge that they may have lived a longer, bigger, better life. Fair enough. And you open yourself up to say, I'd like to understand this a bit better. They've been in that industry longer than you. So you're vulnerable enough to say, I don't know that much about oil and gas. Let's talk. Please come and teach me. Right? Older person, younger person. It opens you up to a learning mindset. And that is the strength. And that is a key to leadership. You're willing to learn, relearn, grow, and then you can impart knowledge. And then you're empathetic. It's really important.
Thank you. You said it perfectly. So vulnerability is about adopting a learning mindset. And I came across that for the very first time, I think like 2 weeks ago, where someone said, to know something, you have to be humble. You have to first say you don't know it. You have to admit. But it takes a strength for you to come out in a global audience and say, look, you know what, I don't know this thing. So sometimes we want to keep quiet. And someone said this, that if you don't know this thing, the chances are every other person in the room may not know it. So then why do you get scared? To admit you don't know it, and then you learn. You can only not know something once, but once you know it, you know it. Thank you. So now let's go to the practical side, because we've talked, I would say, theory. But what I would like us to do as a panelist is to speak to times in your career where you were really vulnerable and how that helped you to gain some strength and to move forward. So I'll come to you again, Olasukomi, in your experience as a managing partner at Workforce. How has embracing imperfection, and Shoma said it so well, I'm perfectly imperfect. How has being perfectly imperfect helped you influence your leadership style?
Thank you again. Just reflecting on this, I'll look at the nature of work that we do. So we're management consultants, and what does that mean? We're serving a lot of clients, preferring solutions, trying to drive performance. So it requires, a typical approach would be an organization has an intervention, we have a clerking meeting, have performance consultations with them, then put forward a proposition based on our understanding of what the organizational problem is. Because sometimes an organizational problem may not necessarily require an intervention. Well, a developmental intervention, it may just require posting someone to another branch and you solve the problem. So we come across a lot of situations where we have to make pitches to businesses. And there's a rule of thumb we have within the organization. If we have to make a pitch, there's a minimum of 3 dry runs we must have so that we don't leave anything to chance. So on this one occasion, we're serving a top bank, one of the Fugas, big, large transformational project, and we had to pitch. And my people always say, when it's a pitch, they lead with me. So there's all the fanfare, paraphernalia. We go in there, and we're pitching to the management team of this bank. And if you are somebody who presents a lot, you're somebody who pitches a lot, you can always tell when you're connected to your audience or not. And my people were there, sat in the room. I could see their heads go down because they were looking at the management team. And you see when people start whispering to themselves, you've lost them. So I recognized that this was going. So it was not a time for me to also take the punch and fall. And then I paused, stepped back, and asked them for their attention. I said, it seems I am not connecting with you, and I seem to be losing you, or my points are not necessarily resonating with you. Are you able to, at this point, give me some feedback on what exactly in our presentation isn't resonating with you, so that I may provide you the answers? And interestingly, that was the turning point. They provided feedback, and I remember the DMD in the room saying, He liked the fact that I stopped and recognized that they were not following me, and then asked for feedback. That because of that, they'll give us 48 hours to refine our pitch, put it together properly, and represent. At that point, it changed the game. And we won the project when we came back to pitch again, because we spent nights. We practically stayed in the office for 2 nights. Based on the feedback, redoing our proposition and repitching. Now, with my people, what did I let them know? There are times adversity will stare you in the face. Embrace it, own it, and don't let it consume you. And that has been the mantra with us. So when we get into those situations again, everyone knows that when you are confronted with this, fill the room and then be able to make the necessary adjustments real time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Olasukome said something. He got feedback, right? You were able to look at the body language, and we want to, as panelists, want to get your feedback. Is everyone here with us? Yes. Is everyone here with us? Yeah, that's the feedback I want. Are we doing well? Do we need to adjust a little bit? Fantastic. So a round of applause. I needed to do that because I needed to grab your attention like he grabbed the attention. And it's so important. He said, adversity is not something you should shy away from. You have to, embrace it and see how you can do better. And I would just really jump to Chioma Afe. You mentioned something earlier on in your presentation when you got to a point you were burnt out. And very courageous of you to speak up that you were burnt out. I worked in the banking industry, and it's a place where you're constantly under pressure to deliver, even if you're dying, and you want to be afraid to speak up because that might just be your last day. So how did you, man it up, I would say, or woman it up to face them in the eye and say, look, I'm tired. I want some time. But how do you think we can, face, no matter how difficult it is, say, look, I'm tired. I just need to pause.
There's something I do, even in my marriage. I buy credit. Does that make sense? You buy credit. I'm sure somebody understands this. Yes. So I think it goes back to what is that last thing? What's that thing you want to leave behind? What's that thing you bring to the table? What's the value, right? So I had spent time working very hard. And not just working very hard, delivering results. I was buying credit. I'm delivering, I'm focused, I'm producing the results, I'm doing the things that need to be done to get the job done. Because that credit is what they looked at me, and it's not a conversation around, she can't do it and she can't hold her own. She has acknowledged she needs a break. And they acknowledge that, right? So I've bought credit. You don't, in my opinion, come and say, I need to take time off sometimes. Okay. The question, the unasked question is, what have you been doing? That's the unasked question in the room, right? But you've put in the work. You go with the confidence of knowing, I've put in the work. I've done what I need to do. I've delivered on these results, blah, 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 blah. And so that's why when I asked, he said to me, I thought you were a superwoman. You just wanted to keep powering on. So they acknowledge that you've been doing the work. We just thought maybe you're not yet ready to, hold back a bit. But subsequently, and I'll quote that same executive director, when I was leaving the bank, they asked everyone on the exco to say something about me. And he said to me, he said, Chioma has shown me that working with a communications professional is not all about the soft stuff. She's not soft. She gets it done. And what she says she will do, she will do. And that is a different impression. And it wasn't about being male or female. It was about actually the work that I do, communications. That, he'd never worked, because he's a classic banker. He'd never had to work with a comms person that would sit down and talk the business with him. So I'd proven my worth to him. So the times I took off or the time I was burnt out, that's no longer the conversation on the table.
So I just want to stay on you because many of us here are mothers, wives. You have daughters, of course, to your parents. You are drawn to different sides. Maybe you belong to an association like I do. All of you here belong to one association or the other. So we are drawn and stretched. And something must give. Something must give. You can't be perfect all the time. So my question to you, how did you share yourself as a mother, as a wife, job, and all of that? What suffered? And beyond work, where else were you vulnerable to say, look, I'm suffering?
I was vulnerable at home. I have 4 children. I've got a 22-year-old, a 19-year-old, and twins. So I think my vulnerability was very early on in my marriage to my husband. And I'm happy to share this. People were getting promoted where I worked at British American Tobacco. And there were peers of mine, gentlemen, excellent friends who are friends till today. And I couldn't understand it. But I knew I was a new mom, hustling between daycare, sick child, coming to work at 7:30, can't close at 5:30 because you look weak. It was just a hot mess. And my first 2 years, my appraisals were not that good because I just wasn't able to cope. And at the same time, you're home. My husband was, I'd like to be able to see you from time to time. So, be home. So anyway, I had a conversation with him. And I said, look, this guy got promoted. And he was like, so why didn't you get it? What happened? I said, well, this is my appraisal. I can't really judge them because really I could have done a bit better. I could have been a bit more involved. I can see where the gaps are. And it's a lot to do with I'm juggling a lot and I'm struggling. And I really wanted to be superwoman, come home, you're breastfeeding, you're packing the baby, you're doing the dinner, you're doing this, you're doing that. And he said, okay, what do you need? No, he said, how far do you want to go? And I said, to the very top. He said, good. So what do you need? I said, I need to put this domestic situation in place. I need, we need to hire 2 nannies. We need, I had the conversation anyway. And he said, fine, do it. I'll support you in this. This is how far you want to go, Abby. I said, yes. So my vulnerability at that point was saying, look, guy, I may not be home at this time every time. Right? And I will be stopping to check and I will do my best to make time. But sometimes you may have to go to the school for this boy. That was my first child. And sometimes I will come home the next day because in British American Tobacco, I ran activations. So you spend overnight running through bars and things like that. And I had to explain myself, but I had the conversation and I opened myself up to him saying, maybe, maybe not. But God bless him. He said, okay, let's put this in place. Let's put that in place. I will strive to understand. And if I don't, remind me that I committed, Abby, and that's fine. So I've had to put structures, and those structures have served me so far.
Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you. Because it is important that structures must be in place for you to thrive. And you did that quite well. And you were open and honest about your conversation. So I think it's that honesty that sometimes is missing in our conversation with whoever we're communicating with. So you must be honest and say, look, I need help here. And you look at the resources. What resources do I have or require to help me, thrive? And I'll come to you, Mariam. And just going back to what Choma said earlier on, I'm perfectly imperfect, right? You are a mentor, you're a coach. And how do you help individuals like us embrace this imperfection? How do we do it? It's difficult.
So I think that we are the greatest critic that we have, So if you're, in coaching, they say performance is all about, what you do minus, the noise. And it's really the noise in your head about all the things that you've carried from when you were young. The teacher that said you were not smart, somebody that said you were not beautiful or you can't do this. So we carry a lot of voices in our heads about, how far we can go. And some of us are very lucky when we get to where we need to get. Like her, she found a partner that was ready to listen, to have the conversation. But first of all, she had to be vulnerable and brave because he would have said, no way. You're not going to do this, And in recognizing also that we wear various hats, a friend of mine, very, very early on, told me about my various, And it's really interesting. When I go to my own coach, she asks me about who I am at this point. Am I a mother? Am I a worker? Am I a friend? What hat am I wearing? And who is judging? So you have to really, really find where you're at, and be honest, first of all, with yourself about how far you want to go, your definitions of success, your choices. I think that for women is entirely, it's one of the most important things. Not maybe so much as, what do I choose to be? Whether it's a housewife, whether it's a banker, whether it's, the top of your career or no career at all. So first of all, that honesty with yourself, and then finding that safe space, that person that would be, it could be a husband, it could be a friend. And I think this is really, really important. You have to have, somebody to be vulnerable with. It's not a journey that you're going to take. They say if you want to go far, right? You go together. When you want to go fast, you go by yourself. And mostly when you go fast, you miss so many different things and the fall is really hard. So I think that, first, that looking at feedback. So she says many things, in that story. The appraisal, that is feedback. Are you caught in it? Who are you caught in it with? Are you also in the beginning, what she spoke mostly about is grace. Are you giving yourself grace? She knew that she wasn't doing it. And she gave herself grace because, and what she didn't mention was domestic servants. That's a critical success factor for women. So, and I know all of you know this. So who are the people that are supporting us? In practical terms, most people, when they sit down with a coach, is everything that is wrong with them. By the time you look at your reality, what your options are, where you want to go, then you realize that, it's not you. Everybody's going through the same thing, and how, what defines your own success. So you have to situate yourself in yourself, right? And as they say, the beginning of wisdom is I do not know. I just don't know. And I think it's really interesting because the questions maybe are about, we've gotten to a certain point in our own leadership journey. So now I think the more critical question for us is that how are we going to look at the others coming behind? And with what we know, what is it that we're going to do for them? Can we be vulnerable enough to help them through their own vulnerability so that we win?
Thank you, Miriam. Well, worthy for an applause. So thinking about what Chioma said, and she did, by being open and vulnerable about what she requires. The society has a way of stereotyping women, that you're the homemaker. If your home breaks, it's your fault. All of those biases. Woman, you do too much. Now, you don't want that judgment, right? You first of all fear the judgment. Now, I want to ask you, what strategies can women use to overcome the fear of being judged about their vulnerability? The strategies, yeah. You're a coach.
So I think that judgment is, whether we like it or not, and whether we really think very deeply about what we do, we judge everything. We judge everybody. We walk into the room and we make judgments. And partly because we're, if you like animals, there's a hindbrain that we have that does, very instinctive things. You scan a room and look at who you're safe with. You look at people that like you. You look at who it is, So I walk into this room and I'm like, oh God, I am this old and this accomplished. But I look into the room and like, damn, I don't know anyone. I'm just going to plaster a smile on my face and just be nice. Yes, but all the while I'm thinking, okay, who? And maybe somebody smiles at me and I gravitate towards that person. So all of us are always, it's about safety. And that safety is not only physical. Maybe when we were all in the forest and we're not educated, now it's a psychological safety that we have. So you need to be able to know that people will always judge. But then I think you have to invite curiosity into your life. Be a bit curious why people are judging you. And sometimes you'll find areas of immense growth. So somebody doesn't like me. Why don't they like me? Chances are, and as Nigerians, they'll say, oh, Yoruba people are like this, Hausa people are like this, Igbo people are like this. When you really question, they've never really met a Yoruba person. All those stereotypes are not, the truth. But because we need to feel safe, we need to compartmentalize because the information will now be too much for us. We now tend to think about it that, oh, okay, But judgment, I would say, is something everybody does, including yourself. What can you do about it? is to step away from it and examine it. Why am I judging this person? Again, the honesty about yourself comes into that, because when you're doing, if you like, you're growing or you're being better, it's scrutiny. You have to scrutinize who you are, what you are. Why am I doing this? And sometimes it could just be that, when I was 6 years old, this Yoruba girl bullied me, and so therefore all Yorubas are persona non grata. To be able to be, to that granular level, for you to be able to question yourself, and now you start to build. So it's almost, as she said, is to unlearn, is to learn again and then to build, this person that you want to be. So my own thinking is that human beings will always judge. So embrace it, that judgment will come. Now, the thing about being an ambassador for yourself is now how do you advocate for yourself to change that judgment into what is real? So embrace curiosity, embrace pain, sometimes, but at the end, the journey will always, pan out well. I don't know if I've...
Yeah, thank you. I think you answered the question very well. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So embrace curiosity. Ask yourself, why are you judging this person? Go far as back as your childhood, and then even ask, why are they judging me? And make the changes if you need to make those changes. I was talking to someone earlier on today, and saying that, I said, we've come this far as, Abuloma girls, everyone trying to, develop themselves and become better persons. Some people are far gone. Some people are still lagging behind. And then the question, are they asking these questions? Why are people judging you? Should I make changes? And it takes some level of vulnerability to do that, to say, okay, you know what? I'm not such a nice person. I need to change. No, it's the truth. You need to come to a point. Why am I not being liked? You must ask yourself that question. And if you need to change, you change. We cannot be the same set of people 20 years after you left Abuloma. You're still, no, we have to do better. So thank you very much for that. Thank you. And just to move back to Choma's statement, your statement, creating a safe place, right? A safe environment is very key in being vulnerable, because if you don't have the right environment, you can't be vulnerable. So coming to the work environment, yourself being a consultant, how can organizations, how can associations, how can groups, create environments, whether it's physical environments, whether it's, online environments, social environments that encourage vulnerability and authenticity among ourselves?
Okay, I'll say looking at that, and I'd like to just piggyback on a statement you made, where everyone is seeking some degree and level of psychological safety. So I'll take the workplace for instance, and from a leadership position where I sit, there's often a notion that the leaders have the answers. And you'd find that most of you in your respective spheres, or even at home, they believe, at home, mommy would have the answer, or daddy would have the answer. So the ability to create the space that allows that freedom of expression is very, very important. So I'll start with the workplace. When I have a project or I have a challenge, what I do is just put people into a room and say, guys, we have this project, or we have this intervention we need to deliver. What are your thoughts around how we should approach this? Now, I have what I think, but many of you would agree with me that as a leader, once you get into the room and state what your preferred direction is, everyone just seems to, go with that. So I have a mantra that I say, lead with questions, not answers. So there's a 4-to-1 ratio that I adopt. It came from Jim Collins' Good to Great. So I say, I ask 4 questions and I want to elicit one final response. So, but you have to create the comfort for people to express. So once they know that they are heard, it's a non-judgmental environment, and that is what we need to also constantly create in the workplace. Because you have younger people now, and I tell you, those Gen Zs and Gen Alphas have brilliant ideas. So I have 2 think tanks, the Gen Z tank Then there's one that I say the Gen Z and Millennial Tank. And I have them interact informally. But the informal interactions which they do outside the office is to go to a fun spot, which we pay for. But whilst you're there having fun, there's a project that I want you to come up, ideate it. And let's come to discuss it at work. I tell you, the thoughts they come out back with, the suggestions they come out far, they dwarf what we think of because they're in tune with what is happening. But you've created the space for them to express. And at home as well, generation which I grew up, so what your parents said was law. I mean, not that has changed very much, but you find that there's a bit more negotiation now. And you listen to your children a lot more. Oh, so what do you think? Though they come up with a solution, so what do you think we should do? Okay. Are there any thoughts around you? And so if this is what we're going to do, what are you going to commit to? So you get into that negotiation and reach some place of agreement. But they know that they can come to you, discuss it. In my time, negotiation, you slap the back of your head and that's it. So if the workplace, we need to create that atmosphere. And at the same time, if we're at home, and I mean, even though I'm a father, some of those motherly instincts kick in. Interestingly, my wife is the hard one. I'm the soft one. So I'll come, no, let's talk about it. So tell me what you think. Why do you want to do this? And we have a conversation and reach an agreement. It's also the responsibility here to guide them. This is the reason why we think you shouldn't do this, or this is why we think this is the way you should go. But I think that psychological safety is important because that's what genuinely everyone seeks, and we must be intentional about creating it at work and in the home as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Psychological safety. Being a Gen Z myself, No. Being a Gen Z myself, I need that psychological safety. So I'm just trying to tell the baby boomers in the room, please be considerate of my feelings. I want my opinion to count. Thank you. So, I want this to be a very interactive session. So please, if you have questions, please write them down. We'll come to you. I think we should just go into the question and answer session and comments. So please, if you have a question, you have a contribution, please raise your hands and let's take. Thank you. That's number one. Who else? Who else would like to contribute? Number two. Number three. Okay. So your numbers. The lady, number one. Please introduce yourself and go straight to your question or your comment. Please do so in 1 minute. Thank you.
1 minute. I'm a Gen Z too, please.
Gen Z in the house.
Good morning, everybody. It's so awesome to be here. Honestly, I just want to thank my Lagos chairperson, Chinwe, for encouraging me to be here. I would have missed this opportunity. Okay, they've given me 1 minute. I need to rush.
Your name, please.
My name is Rita Akpojaro, 86 sets. The question I want to ask is, I'm asking Chioma. I got into this room when you were making a comment about yourself, and you talked about being vulnerable. You let them know you don't know this, and you are open to learning, collaboration, and all that. And that just got me. Okay, I was in the corporate world before now, and it looks like I'm getting back there after 14 years out of it. And my question is this. How do you ask for help? I will say why I'm asking this question. Because I believe there must be a way. So it doesn't backfire. It doesn't work against me. Now, I said it's like I'm getting back into the corporate world. I'm in Rome Business School, and we had to do internship. So I decided to do an internship in the profession I left from corporate world, which is facility management. I'm into business now. And I got into that space. And I got there to be a facility manager, to continue from where I stopped. But I found out that I got there and I've been asked to do a bit of marketing. I have never done marketing. And I am scared to say I don't know how to, because I am in the midst of the Gen Zs. And I don't want to look stupid. Yes, I don't want to look stupid. How do I do that? The second question, I want to be vulnerable here. Chioma, will you please be my mentor?
Okay, so do you want to take all the questions? I should just go ahead. I can. Okay, so I'll use an example. When I joined Seplat, right, and I've got two of my team members. Hello, guys. The two gentlemen in the room work with me. And yeah, they work with me. Anyway, when I joined, I spent the first 6 weeks supposedly on induction. I was a leader. I was hired as a director. When you're a director, can you imagine going to tell people you don't know? It's not possible. But some people gave me, there's something called 100 Days as a Leader and 90 Days as, you know those books? Excellent, by the way. You should read them. But what I learned was to ask questions through one-on-one engagements. You can ask my guys. I spent the first month. I have about almost 30 people reporting to me in some form. I took time, every single person. So this is who I am. Who are you? What do you do? How long have you been here? So we ask questions. I have a notebook, a small notebook that's like my little Bible. I was writing everything they said. That was my cheat sheet. I had never read a JOA before. I don't know joint venture partnerships. I had never worked with NMPC before. In the process of the conversation, they sent me the JOA. We start to talk around, what the agreements were. And that's how I was learning. And then, I asked, so how did they do this that time? And so I took time. Every day, 4 or 5 hours, we'll pick 4 people. They were all scheduled properly. And we'll have an hour of conversation. And I asked them what they did. And I asked some younger, some older than me, some same age as me. It didn't matter. Because at that point, it was a getting to know me, getting to know you. However, I was asking questions and I was finding out and asking them how they did those things, right? What did that do for me? It helped me, and I got that feedback 6 months after from some of the team members, said, Chioma, that thing you did with us that first month, which was not about managing us and trying to tell us what to do because you've done all these things, helped us feel comfortable. 1, it helped us realize that you are willing to listen to us. And we learned a lot from listening to you. And I said, but I learned a lot because I didn't know this thing. And you're like, yeah, but madam, we didn't know you didn't know it. I said, but because you see, 2 weeks after I'm making a presentation to the senior leadership team, what was I going to talk about if I didn't listen to those people? And do you understand? So you're taking the learnings from having the conversations. So the vulnerability of how I couched it was in having one-on-one engagement. Find the best marketer and say, let's have a drink, let's have a chat. How now? What's up? Hey, so this work you do, safe. And then you build a friend, you build a relationship, you build a connection, you make a friend, but you learn. I was in camera. Abi, off camera.
Yeah, my name is Chinwe Dibia, class of 92. And my question is for the coach mentor. When you were talking, you were saying a whole lot. And then there was something you said that I just keyed into. You said something about pain. And I want to ask you, how do we manage our pains? Because that's been a big weakness for me. I want to know, how do I manage them? Because I want to get to the top too. And this pain is something that has been like taking me down. So I want to learn how to manage them now. Thank you very much.
Okay, that is like a whole sea of something different for everyone. So it's, again, in know thyself. I think it's really, really important to know how you react to things, or who you are, or how you show up in certain situations. So some of us, when you get into a situation where you're vulnerable, or you do something that presents, and especially us women, where mostly our regulators are shame. We're just ashamed, because we're not beautiful enough, which has nothing to do with you. If your parents were beautiful, you most likely would be beautiful. There's no input into yourself, right? So if things like that, to be able to know that, you are this way. So for example, I'll give you myself. I was very, very shy. And it took a lot of pain and a lot of time to walk myself to this, to stand in front of a room to speak. And anytime I do it, I have that visceral reaction, the butterflies in my stomach, the tunnel vision. Sometimes you have like heat. You'll just be feeling hot. It's just, some kind of heat, right? So as much as that, sometimes your palms will be sweating. So try to know these things and know when you're in that shit storm or shame storm. What do I show up with when I'm angry? When somebody says something to you, that first reaction. Oyimbos have done research on this and they say count to 10 before you react, right? Count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what does that do? So for you to be able to regulate yourself. So I think pain comes with also lack of understanding. So you now realize that you have a physical response or physiological response to pain. What of the psychological response? Do you withdraw? Do you talk back? Do you shout? Do you hit? And those of us that are parents, we know that shitstorm very well. It just escalates and escalates. So how do you step back, and think about it? And doing that also, I call it heavy lifting. It is pain because you're going to come face to face with yourself. I'd just like to share this story about one of the first personality profiling tests that I did. So, you know them so well. You do personality profiling to know who you're like. And so we did it, in that it just said, choose what you were like. So, of course, I was very kind, understanding, up there for people, blah, 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 And they told us to go into colors. So I remember then green was the color for all things nice, So I was sorry, okay, greenhouse girls. and I joined that queue, And so it's like, okay, fine, Then we did the actual personality profiling. And for those of you that have done them, the questions don't come at you to say you're nice. They come out in all sorts of wonderful ways. Sometimes even exactly like the other. You think it's the same question you're answering, but it's not. And I came out there and aggressive, assertive, yeah, totally right. And I was just, and the friend that was doing that was pulling me out there. You are red, though. I said, no, I'm nice, I'm kind, I'm warm, I'm this. So again, it's in realizing that, you have variances. You have the ability to stretch. You have the ability to also be someone else. And it's not only the ability, you're blessed to be various things. You don't, so the way that possibly I will know you now, somebody that went to Abuloma with you will know you very differently. So it's embracing that. It's embracing the fact that there will be, so even if change is good, like she's saying, she went into a high-powered job, which is a step up, right? But it was uncomfortable for the first 2 weeks. So change is always uncomfortable, and whether it's good or not. So it's just to embrace that pain. I don't know if I've answered your question. Know thyself, my sister. Just be truthful with yourself and know thyself.
Okay. I actually wanted to add something to the first question because the question was around how do I ask questions without really looking silly. The truth is that vulnerability is the strength. And we have to recognize it. And I tell you what, those Gen Zs will feel so elated. The fact that they have to teach you something. And it's how you do it. I don't know it. Would you show me this and tell me how to go through it? And they will be so excited too. And where you are not comfortable with it, just dumb it down for me a little. Walk me through this like a 2-year-old. I'm a lot advanced. Make a joke about it. We're working currently with some young fintech company. And this is where I go to meet the board. And there are people who, without discrimination, we will go as consultants, looking tight and everything. They come to work with jeans, spiky hair, dreadlocks. Yeah, it's acceptable now. But there's different lingo they use because these are Gen Z people. I'm coming from a different generation. So I call my people in the office. We're going to make this pitch. What are the kind of language in terms of that you use? I've learned so many Gen Z things as well as the professional language. And they're always so excited. They call me SK in the office. Oh, we're going to teach SK some language. So apart from learning all the digital wallets, APIs, crypto and things like that, they'll say, just tell them, I'm not capping. And I'm like, and I'm like, what's that? Tell me that, I'm being honest. And I did that in the room, and the board applauded when I said, oh, guy, you are in tune with us. And it creates a connection. So just let your guard down, ask, and they'll let you.
Thank you. I really like it when I see, baby boomers speaking Gen Z language, that I understand, No, I'm a Gen Z now. Huh? Come on, guys. So I just want us to know that there are people online and they're part of the conversation. So if you're online and you have a question, please put it in the chat and we'll pass it to us to have a conversation. So we have one more question. Please. Who is it? Are you the third person? That's the third person. So that will be the last question. I'm sorry, because we need to wrap up. So please, in 30 seconds. Sorry.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Lucia Dagobo, class of 96. And truly speaking, Señorita's question is not far-fetched from mine. Well, I say I have a situation, and it's open to any of our worthy panelists to answer. After the banking tsunami, when I lost my job, I said, okay, let me just stay home, take care of the kids. And I've done various businesses. But I was thinking to myself and talking to a friend, I'm like, my last born is going to boarding school very soon. I need to start doing something aside the regular business from home. I want to get myself back into the corporate space. But now I don't know how. So I don't even know how to navigate it. So how do I go about it? Thank you.
Okay, I'll let any of my panelists have a stab. You want to start? Okay, yeah, please.
I don't know. Okay. Were you here when I spoke about your network? Yes. Were you here? Oh, okay. Okay. So I'm just going to talk about networks for a minute. Okay? You must belong to a network, a social network, a cultural network. You must belong to a society, a cooperative, a network of beautiful Abuloma women, right? You belong to it. Have you ever taken time, and if you haven't, please do, to audit that network? Who is who? Right? Because you socialize. Outside in your business, right? There are people you supply, whatever. I'm not sure what your business, but you must supply people, you engage with people. That is your first step because that's within your control, right? So you had these skills. You want to go back into the business world or into the corporate world. I think the first thing you want to ask yourself is, what do I want to do when I get there? What am I gunning at? Maybe you don't know, but think about it. Take time. There's a lot of work you need to do. So you are a banker. As a banker, you are in operations. Is it operations you're going back to? If it is, what's operations like now? Is it marketing you're going back? Are you going into retail products? Or a corporate bank or treasury, whatever? What skills have you developed in that time? It's lovely to have this wish, but what have you done in this time to develop yourself, right, to be able to get there? So that's on you. Now, if you haven't, but you're very keen on going back into that, then you need to start to find those courses, find those areas of development, because you've identified the area in banking or financial services that you want to go into. I'm just using that as an example. The next thing is, who do I know? And the who do I know is not just about passing my CV in, is who do I know to even have a conversation about the reality of work now and what the opportunities are. But you see, when people come at you, and I've had a few conversations with anything, I just want to work. It throws me. Because unfortunately, that's not how work is now. You have skills, you have value. What were you doing? What do you want to offer? Where do you want to go to? Those are questions you should ask yourself. And so when you're having the conversation within your social network, having audited it and identified people you can speak to them intelligibly and knowledgeably about what you hope to offer, what you're looking forward to, and then you go through your resume or whatever it is, and then you work at it, and then you start to build that on. So your social network is important. Doing the work of auditing what value you bring, right, and what it is you have to offer, and what it is you're gunning for. Be it an industry, a role, a service support, whatever it is, identify it or identify a few and be realistic, very realistic about what it is. And if maybe you're very interested in it because that's kind of what you wanted to do that time, but you haven't developed yourself, tell yourself your truth I need to develop in these areas, and then start to work towards that.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is for the gentleman. You've had these conversations. You've heard the women talk about how we're overcoming our vulnerabilities, the challenges we're facing. And my question is, when you men sit together, what do you talk about? Because one common narrative we women have is battling with the insecurities of a man while trying to progress. And I'm not saying it just for married women, even in our businesses. I run a business, and sometimes you're pursuing and the man just goes, why are you looking for money now? After all, you have a husband. Why say that? Or you are in a meeting, automatically they just decide, you must be the one to serve tea. Why? So my question is, what do you put this? How did you people come to these conclusions? Thank you.
Okay. Now that's really putting one on the spot. Because the first half of the question is, when y'all are together, what do you discuss? Do you really want to know? Seriously, and I'll take it from the second half part of the question. There's all these preconceived notions that the female gender is the weaker gender. I think that's long gone. And some of these things are previous stereotypes. If I look at in the hiring process, for instance, into work, one of our subsidiary businesses is a recruiting company. And we question employers as to, those things they put out when you put job requirements and you say you want female or male. Why the gender distinction? Is there an assumption already that a particular gender will do the job better if it doesn't particularly require certain physical attributes for you to have? So from there, that's really where we get it wrong. And a lot of that is changing, to be honest, where you're getting someone into a role. What you are hiring for is competence. So it's not the ability to serve tea or to be able to arrange condiments in a more aesthetically appealing manner. So it's competence on the job. So I will agree that in some pockets, there may be where gentlemen do sit down and have all those, the notions become very, how do you pronounce, and say, oh, no, this one can't be done by a woman. But a lot of women are stepping up, coming forward. I've seen more women demonstrate leadership vulnerability than men have. I've seen them demonstrate a lot more empathy than... So, no, we're going there. We're going there. So I started from, yeah. So, and I've seen a lot of people, a lot of women demonstrate that vulnerability. Men are getting a lot more intimidated by that. A lot more intimidated. So you get into rooms now where typically, look at how many women have become chief executives of big institutions, banks, oil and gas companies. So that previous stereotype, it's a man's job, is no longer there. So I think that narrative is really changing, where men are really sitting down and thinking, no, women are not able to do this. Here are successful women on the stage here, and you all have excelled in your fields, in however you may dimension it. So I came into this room, I sat on this side, and first thing I said was, I am intimidated. And to be honest, I'm really being truthful, because I get into meetings with executives now, and I don't have, a stereotype in my head where I say, oh, I'm going to meet, when they say the board of a company, and I'm assuming they're all men. No. So that has changed. So when men sit down now, to be honest, we in my organization are more intentional about hiring women. So at one point, we sat down on a particular day many years ago, and we all looked at ourselves and we said, hang on. Has this been deliberate or is just an oversight where the partners were all men? Many years ago. And we said, this isn't wrong. Even from an inclusion perspective, we felt we were failing in that regard. And are we saying is that because women are unable to do the job? And then we felt, no, there are people in this organization that have the ability to rise up to leadership positions. And we began supporting them, coaching them to get to that level. So we are not sitting, what you want to hear is all the chit-chat we have at the back. No, I mean, just the same way women have their chit-chat. But I think that narrative completely has changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. In the last few years, I've been hearing or been seeing in people's signature, one of my closest friends, at the end of the signature, it says, I will never sit on the board where there is no woman. So we have many she for he's or he for she's, as they call them. I don't know which is which now. Men who support he for she's right here, many he for she's now. And I think it's a global narrative. You just cannot exclude 50% of your population in the conversation. You have to bring them in. So there's that deliberateness at policy level, but it's in its implementation that we all have to be intentional, whether at institutional level. I'm seeing more of that happening. But I want to say thank you to the panelists. Before we go, I just want to have 30 seconds closing thoughts that we can leave with the audience. Let me start with Shoma.
I think what I want to leave us with is that you can translate your vulnerability through your network to empower the next person. Do not see it as a weakness. We've all said that. See it as a strength. In my organization, we developed it. We have a network of women, Seplat Women, Awesome Network. And what we did was to take our vulnerabilities, female health, maternal health, not rising in the business, the real challenges we have, new moms coming up, I'm not married, all those challenges, all those vulnerabilities, all those things we say quietly, and we brought it out to the table and we talk about it in our network.
Thank you.
And
translate your vulnerability to empower the next person. Thank you, Chaba. Yeah. Miriam.
Okay, I think mine is just, please work on yourself, know thyself. Also know that, as a human being, your first instinct is to self-protect, but sometimes there's nothing to protect yourself for. So please go for that interview, talk to the networks, as she said, put yourself out there because everybody's feeling the same way that you're feeling. So disabuse yourself of the first instinct and just override it with, good things that you want to do for yourself.
Thank you. Olasukomi?
Okay, so lastly, I would say just leveraging on the theme, strength really isn't in perfection. We must recognize that. It's not in perfection. It's really in embracing who you truly and really are. That your individuality, recognizing that and embracing it. So that's what I would do.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it from the panelists. It's been our pleasure coordinating this session. A round of applause to all the panelists. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I know that. Okay, so, yes. So, please, have they been capping? If they've been capping, can we hear that shout again? Thank you. Great. So, Oga, you can't take picture. You cannot take that picture. Haba, my global president is not here. You're taking picture. What does that mean? Please, I'd like to invite the global president to join this, to join the pictures, and also, of course, the Lagos chapter. Madam, my feet. I I'll lose my job now. Thank you.
Now you know.
So, please.
Now you know. Now you know. Forget what I know. How much is money? Balling. Premium or not? Now you know.
Okay, fantastic. Just hold on. I would like to invite one of our speakers as well to join. Join them, please. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, if you be having fun, can I hear some shouts? Haba, is it only you we know? Let us hear another shout now. If you be having some fun, can I hear some shouts? Okay, so I'm going to change it and say, let me hear some shouts in your local dialect. Let me hear some shouts! That sounded more interesting now. I didn't hear ewo, okay. I didn't hear, oh my goodness. I didn't hear, oh my goodness. Okay, so let me be part of those. Let's hear some shouts. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Yes, I'm from yonder. Right, so you see, you know that they talk about network, correct? Our speakers, please don't leave yet. You know that, Mr. Ball, I know we're balling. Hey, serious balling. And guess what? I call it the taste of Africa. Lagos chapter is bringing the taste of Africa right to you in Lagos. Don't overeat this afternoon, no. Anyway, I have flagyl and then the other things so that in case, we are ready for you. Now, talk about network. Talk about brand, right? And so, as a school, AGC Abuloma, do you remember Kaipo? Some of all of you that are Izora and Lily, you may not know. Remember how after some days we'll see on the wall, we came, AGGC Port Harcourt, we came. Yes, so that's why here again, we are not alone. Some of our brother schools, our sister schools are here. So it's like a mini Kaipo. But Abuloma babes are going there to them and we are conquering. So I'd like to introduce to you the national president of the FGGC Shagamu Old Girls Association, Bola Yusuf. Can you say like two words to us, please? 2 words.
Okay, so I'm brought out, but actually I identify today as an Abu babe, please. Thank you so much for the honor and the invite. I was here for the maiden edition last year. 2 years ago, rather. Thank you. And then I'm here again. Abu babes, please, once I drop my presidency, I'm being inaugurated officially. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then we have the Lagos chapter president, FGC Kano Old Students Association, Dr. Mr. Humphrey Wafo, also known as Sir Hans.
Yes.
Everybody's asking, is that Sir Hans? Sir Hans, is that you? Is that you?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. I would like to add something to the conversations that have been had. just a brief word. I don't believe in stereotypes. And you asked about what we talk about when we sit down. Okay, so let me put it like this. They say birds of a feather flock together. I don't know anyone in my circle who looks down on women. And I don't know anyone in my company or in the companies where I work or do business that looks to a woman to put the tea or to serve whatever. So I say to my only daughter, the love of my life, I say to her, you have no deficiency. You are... In fact, my wife is threatened by my daughter. Okay? I tell my daughter there is nothing you cannot do. And I tell my sons, you better learn how to cook. My daughter is never going to cook in this house. But I turn to my daughter and say, if you marry a man like me and you don't know how to cook, you will suffer. Because the babe that cooks for me, I will follow her. So, but I said to my sons, they have schedule to cook. My daughter doesn't have a schedule to cook. But I said to her in private, you better learn how to cook. For a man like me, food will always win my heart. So you have to learn it. But not because you're a woman. So please, in a round nutshell, I don't believe there are stereotypes. And if you, unfortunately, I'm sorry to say this, but a lot of women seem to have the bad habit of falling in love with some kind of people. So if you're the kind of person that made the mistake to go to those men, then that's your luck. But other men, I mean, so please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Give it to this lady. Yeah. No. Okay, great. You know, all this while we've talked about, if you're a board member or you want to get to the board level or in your office, see, everything that has been said, as a teacher, when they teach, you find where you fall in. If you go to other church or where you worship, when they preach, you find out where you fall in and you adapt, correct? In your old women association, August meeting, strive to make an impact. That's what we're saying. Don't go and be silent. In your chapter, Lagos chapter, I'm calling you out. Come and make a difference. Right? That's what we're saying. Make an impact. Don't be quiet. Make a difference. Somebody thought about this program that you are in right now and spoke out. In your chapter in Uyo, in Port Harcourt, in Abuja, make a difference. Not only in your set. So having said that, there has been a bit of noise, and I like some peace. Peace, are you here? Is there any peace here?
Yeah.
Peace. Come and show them the way. Come and shatter the stereotype.
When I say Abu babes, you say shattering stereotypes. Abu babes. Abu babes. Abu babes. All right. So it's been a beautiful, a cutesy, a demure, a very stiff and composed session, right? So we are borrowing the Gen Z. I'm a Gen Z. Oh. I take Gen Z for today. Oh. Yes, so. Okay, sisters. It's been a great session so far. And I must say that I am certain that we are all telling ourselves that indeed it was really beautiful to have attended the entire AGM and specifically OTRFA, because I am certain that by the time we leave here, we have shattered stereotypes. So, the panelists, well done. Thank you to all the speakers. It's been a beautiful one. And if I must cap it all, strength in vulnerability. Embrace your imperfection. It's not about you failing. Just keep doing it. You fail is fine. But if you stay, you will never get it right. But if you keep going and keep trying the other way, keep trying, you will get there. So just tell yourself you can do it. There's no stopping us. There's no stopping you. Okay, so now we are going into the next session. This part is very, very important. Now this part, now they bring wahala. So that you will not come and ask Oga for Maggie. He will not ask, what are you bringing to the table? So, going forward to take us into my finance, my investments, we have an expert in finance investments who is here to give us a talk and to help us manage our investments so that despite the economic kini, Abuloma girls will keep going higher. We will not go and beg. We would always be on top. So join me. Make welcome no other person than Mr. Mayowa Badejo. So page 9, you can read all about him. Thank you, sir. We have 45 minutes for this session, please.
Good afternoon, all. I'm happy to be in your midst today. So briefly, we'll be talking about finance and investment. And it is very crucial that you participate. Okay. So we are going to be shattering financial stereotype. So this is the question I want you to answer. Don't tell me the answer. What will be your net worth in the next 10 years as an individual? Your net worth is equal to your asset minus your liability. Asset minus liability gives you your net worth. Assets are things that you own that gives you economic benefit in future. Is that okay? And liabilities are the things that you owe. You owe somebody money. So asset gives you money or cash inflow. Liability takes away money from you. So when you subtract asset minus liability, whatever is left is your net worth. If it is negative, it is not good. At all, it is not good. If it is positive, then you are doing well. And if it is zero, zero means you are neutral. I will still say it is not good, even in this part of the world that we live. Because that zero means that if anything critical happens to you, you will eventually find yourself at the negative. So that is why you need to understand how to ensure that you are always on the positive side. And the best way to start is to start with savings. So you have this, so you can read all of that in the slide. I may not follow the slide because I want to speak extempore as the Spirit leads. Are you okay with that? Okay, so the easiest way to start is by saving. And you see, someone said something. He said the difference between the poor and the rich is because the rich, they spend what is left. That is, what remains, that is what the rich spend. Say, but the poor, they do what? They save what is left. That is to say, they will first spend the money. Then it is what is left that they will save, if at all there is anything to save. But the rich, once the money comes, they decide what to put aside first. It is what is left that they will now spend. Meaning that they have so much discipline themselves in terms of financial discipline to say every month, every quarter, every year, so amount must be put aside, irrespective of what is happening to me. Because the truth is that if you look at the cost of living now, and you are saying that it is what is left that you will save, I'm very sure that you will even borrow more. Because the cost of living is going up every now and then. And there is even no moment of respite, even for foreseeable future, because of the way things are. So it therefore means that on your own part, you need to be what? Financially disciplined. It is not everything that you must spend on. It therefore means that you must know the difference between your wants and your needs. So focus on your needs. The wants, they are nice to have. If you don't have them now, you will have them later. Is that okay? So the benefit of savings is it affords you emergency funds, because we are talking about my finance and my investment. If you don't have savings, how do you want to invest? Those who cannot save might not be able to. It's not as if you don't want to invest, but when the opportunity comes, what are you going to invest? It is what you have saved that you put into that investment. So savings affords you emergency funds. That is to say, if anything happens, you have something to quickly fall back on. Then also, it also helps you to plan your retirement. I know in Nigeria today we have pension. Abi? Yes, it's functioning. It was revived, or it was okay. Some companies were doing it pre-2004 when we had Pension Reform Act during the Obasanjo era. So since that time, we have pension fund administrators, and they've been managing our funds. But how are you sure they are actually managing it in such a way that by the time you retire, you will get something substantial? So that is why you also need to do your own savings. You don't rely entirely on your pension. So what you put aside can serve as your what? Retirement personally. So there are other things that saving can also afford you, educations, and other things. So let's move on. So for you to develop saving culture, the first thing is you must have budget. Like I said, every month, this is what I'll be saving from my salary. But the problem is that majority of us who are entrepreneurs, because the money does not come on a monthly basis, we don't even track our inflows. The way the money comes in, that's the way we spend it. Many of you, if you are able to sit down and calculate how much has passed through you this year, you will know that you are a millionaire. Some of you are even billionaires. But because there is no tracking system, nothing, they just come and they go. And that is why things are still like this. So you need to set that budget, and it takes discipline. Then keep track. Then reduce your appetite for things. Your penchant to get this, to get that. And even if you must get something that you know that this is an asset. Things like gold, jewelry that you know that, yes, if you need to trade it, you trade it for good money. So take advantage. So you can read all of this. Let me not bore you. But this is the major problem that savings have, because when you begin to save and save, saving alone cannot do the job for you. So you need to move from the realm of saving to another level called investment. Because if you continue to save all those money, there is a big problem. And the problem is what? Inflation. You can see what is our inflation rate in this current year is over 30%. That is the hugely discounted official inflation figure. Even before we got to 20, there was a particular professor of economics on Twitter, that had been telling us that by the time he did his own calculation of our inflation, we are over 40%. And as at that time, MBS was still giving us around 19, 18. We didn't even know that we'll get to 30. So I can authoritatively tell you that this inflation that we are working with is hugely discounted. And yet, you can still feel the impact. So there is no amount of money you can save now that can outperform inflation, which is why you need to go beyond savings to investment. For example, look at what we have here now. In 1982, somebody planning to own a car will have been able to buy this brand new saloon car at 8,800 naira. In this country, 1982, brand new. But 25 years after, that same money could only afford Vespa So fast forward to 2024, 8,800 naira. What can you? You can even, you say? So that is the impact of inflation. So that is why you cannot just continue to save and save and save. Yes, I know some of us, we do a susu, we do a job. Yeah, it's fine. It's part of saving. It's part of saving. But you then need to move a step higher because of inflation, amongst other issues. Because there are issues of insecurity, issue of fraud, and all other things. So what is investment? Investment is a commitment. Something that you have committed funds, cash, capital, that will take minimum of 1 year to mature. Because in Nigeria today, anything that you do that is less than 1 year, we call it money market. But anything that you invest in that will take more than 1 year, 2, 3, 4, up to 30, even up to 100, we call it what? Capital market. And it's capital intensive. So we are saying that for you to ensure that you are always on top of that inflation, all the money that you have been saving, then you then need to begin to what? Let your money work for you. And that is the essence of investment. Whilst you are busy doing other things, the money also is busy doing things for you. At the end of the day, by the time you even compare all your business in terms of return and check the return that the money is making for you, you discover that the money is even making better return than all your busybody that you have been doing. It's true. Because majority of us, all we see is activities. You go up and down from pillar to post, and at the end of the day, you say, what is the cocoa of this thing? You cannot bring it out. So which is why investment is very key. You need to take it seriously. Because amongst other things, it will take care of inflation. Let inflation continue to go up. Your investment also will continue to outperform inflation. Do you get? Meaning that the money that you had in 10 years' time, by the time you get it from your return, you will still be able to purchase what you were able to purchase in the last 10 years. I'm not sure I got that place very well, right? So my point is that because one thing that inflation does is it will erode your purchasing power. So I'm saying that if you had 100,000 naira now and you invest it very well, let's assume that today 100,000 naira can only afford you this flower vase. But in 10 years to come, these flower vase prices will have gone up. But by the time you liquidate that your investment that you put 100,000 naira on, whatever you get there will still be able to help you this vase. So that is what we are saying. So what are the benefits? Flexibility. When you invest, it affords you flexibility. You can sell some of them. You can even buy more. You can even use them as collateral. Some of you are entrepreneurs. You need cash. And you need to get this cash at a lower rate. Because if you go to bank now to say you want to go and borrow, even if you are Dangote, you cannot borrow below 30%. The way it is now, because if a bank, commercial bank, goes to CBN to borrow money, it will borrow the money at more than 30%. Do you get? That is what they call standing lending rate that the CBN lend money to banks. So if a bank borrows money from CBN at 31, and you then go to that bank to borrow that same money, do you think bank will now lend it to you lower than that? They will first screen you. They say, this guy is a risk. So we are going to do 31 plus X. That X can be additional 6% based on your credit worthiness. So, but if you have investment, you can go to that same bank to say, yes, I have this investment and I need 100 million. So this investment is worth 100 million. Take it, give me equivalent naira. Are you getting what I'm saying? Then in 2 years' time, I will return your money and then you give me back my investment. Because the bank now has your investment asset, they will not be able to charge you up to that amount again because they know that you have brought collateral. So that is part of the flexibility you enjoy. You still own that investment. The bank cannot sell it. The only time they can sell it is when you default in bringing back their money. But as long as you are performing, you hold that investment, you also have the money that you need. Then investment also gives you constant income depending on the type of investment. We'll see some of them as we continue. So some will be giving you constant income. Some of us will still pay school fees. There are certain investments that you can put this money that your principal will be protected, and also periodically you'll be getting money to finance other things. Then appreciation in value, because most of these investments are susceptible to demand and supply. The value of your asset can appreciate. Do you get? So meaning that you can also make money from capital gain by the time you want to exit. So you can see now, your principal is protected, you are getting regular income, and by the time you are exiting, you are also making money on top because the value has appreciated. Then your money is working for you. We've explained that already. So major challenges that makes investment very difficult is, number one, is information knowledge. Many of us are ignorant of this. And I'm telling you that in this our country, there are so many opportunities in terms of assets that you can just put your money as low as 5,000 naira, 10,000, 20,000, and you'll be making bets. You see, many of us, we are excited when they tell us, bring that money. Every month, we'll be giving you 30% return. Those ones are not investment. They are not investment. They are Ponzi schemes. And people who did it, some of them could not even live to tell the story. MMM, you remember? How many of you entered that MMM? So they can't say. But you made money. Okay. So MMM, there are plenty like that. So don't be deceived. Things like that, they are just Ponzi scheme. At the end of the day, the sponsor or whoever is arranging it will just go away with the money. Go to Bahamas and be lounging there. So information is key. So what you just need to do, just ask. Ask. We have a lot of licensed institutions that can enlighten you. Just walk into any stockbroking firm and say, I want to invest. I'm telling you, they will give you special attention. Special. Even without money, just go there to say, I want to make inquiry. What can I do? I have like 100. They will give you array of assets. And they will tell you one by one the risk and benefit of each of them. But don't go to the bank, because bank will never want you to carry your money away from them. Why? Because that money that you leave in your savings or current account, they are investing it and making more money and charging you for maintenance, charging you for, So that is why if you go to bank and say, I want to, they will say, don't worry, just put it in deposit. Why? Because they want it to be there so that they can take it and go and invest. And they won't give you. So some of us, when we go into investment, our expectations are very unrealistic. We want to blow overnight. There is nothing called like that in investment. You don't blow overnight. It's a journey. It's a journey. For some people, they may blow in 5 years' time, some in 10, some in 30. So it's not overnight, but it's a steady journey. And you'll be making satisfactorily, because you'll be seeing the progress You just be seeing that it's multiplying and you are compounding. Then you then need to calculate your risk. Some of us, we have attitude problem. Some have decided that they are not going to do, there is nothing you can tell them. Say investment, no. Some don't even put their money in banks, talk less of saying invest in it. Because it's an attitude. That attitude is a chosen position. You have chosen that position based on maybe because of your experience or because of your belief. So I want you to have a change of attitude so that you can shatter every financial stereotype. So you can read the rest. Okay, let's see the difference between savings and investment, because I told you will start from saving, then you gravitate to investment. Savings is usually what? It's the money you keep aside to deal with unexpected expenses. While investment is putting your saved money in various products in order to earn returns and grow your wealth. Is that okay? So you need to move a step higher, further. Savings are usually used to meet your short-term needs. Investment generally entails a longer horizon, meaning that if you really want to invest, you don't say, I want to just do this thing for 1 month, 2 months. No, that is not investment. The people who really made good money in investment, they stay in there. Some have been there for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. That is how Warren Buffett made his money. Majority of his money, he made it from stock market. And he had been doing it since how many years? And the man is over 80. And he's still making money. So stock market is for the long run. Savings are subject to little or no risk, yes. Because in finance, your risk will determine your return. Is that okay? If your risk is low, your return will be low. And if your risk is high, your return will be what? Will be high. And we have good and bad risk. When you hear the word risk, some risks are good, some are bad. The good one, we call them opportunity. Are you getting me? And the bad one, you call them what? Loss. So that is where you need to very careful so that you choose the opportunity and then you can multiply your money. Savings are the most liquid asset, yes, because they are so easily available. But when you invest, most times you are not easily able to access the funding. In fact, as at the time you are investing, they will have been educating you that this money, you can't come back in the next 3 months. It has to be locked in. And then so you know. All right, so these are some of the asset classes. And so there are 2 ways you can invest in Nigeria today. You can do it directly. Directly means you are the one in charge, deciding what you want to invest in, how you want to invest, the volume you want to do. And you can do it indirectly. Indirectly means that, in fact, I don't have time for this. Wahala. I don't even understand this market. So let me just look for a professional manager that is licensed, that has the skills to do this thing on my behalf. Are you getting what I'm saying? So when you do that, you are doing it indirectly. So when you do it directly, you still have to go through the licensed people. It's just that you will be the one dictating, say, this is what I want, this is the volume, and this is the price. If you can't do this for me, then just leave my money. But when you do it indirectly, that money, you take it to them, say, take this money, help me invest it. Because I believe you are competent. And then you decide, they agree, and then they give you a rate the minimum rate that they will return on your investment. So there is no excuse to say, I don't understand. I'm saying this because some of us say, I still don't understand this thing. So you don't need to understand. Just go to those who understand. Are you getting what I'm saying? Go to them. They will help you manage it. Because the truth is that it's difficult to understand. But by the time you commit a fund in something, if you really want to understand anything, just put small money. your brain will wake up. Because by the time the money is cleared out, you say, what happened? And I say, okay, this is what the mistake I made. Oh, next time I will not make it. And then you look for another money. You begin to monitor. But if you don't put money, you didn't do anything, you are laid back, you can never understand. So begin to commit, because money is represent your sweat, your struggle, everything. So it's not easy to make money. So we then need to look at your preference. There are certain instruments or products that within 1 year, you will get your principal and return back. Do you get those ones? We call them money markets. That is, the maximum tenor or the maximum horizon is 1 year, like fixed deposit. Instead of leaving your money in savings and current, even tell the bank, I want to fix this money. They will give you better return than just leaving it. Do you get? So things like treasury bills, things like commercial papers, like fixed deposit, within 1 year, you will get your return, and your principal, you will get it back. And you can also reinvest again. There is also long-term investment, which is capital market instrument. This one, once you put money and you really want to make money from it, you need to leave it for at least more than 1 year. So things like bonds, like stocks, like shares, those ones, they take a while. Are you getting what I'm saying? So that one, you know that, okay, this money, you saved it. So it's assumed that you must have met your needs. So this one, you can commit the saved money so that they can continue to work for you. And the earlier, the better. So the ones that you want to do indirectly, we call them funds. Some of them, I'm sure you must have heard mutual funds. Anything that has funds in its name, it shows that there is a manager managing the pool of money on behalf of different investors. Whether it's a money market funds or bond funds or hedge funds, even your pension funds. That is why we have managers, pension fund manager managing it on your behalf. So these ones, you don't need to worry about anything. Just give them your money. And then, based on the interview they have with you, they know the right things to invest your money for you. So these are the ways you can do it, directly or indirectly. If you know that you don't understand, go for indirect. If you know that you understand, still you can split it into two. Half direct, half indirect. Is that okay? So you will be managing the direct, and then the half will be managed by the professional manager. And you then be checking your performance. If you discover that it's as if what I'm even making, I'm even doing better than this manager, go and collect everything and manage yourself. And if you discover that the one I'm managing, I'm not making any headway, take everything, go and give the manager. So that you don't lose because it has its own risk. The truth is that all these things I've said now, they have their own risk. Is that okay? There is no risk. There is no return without risk. So what you just need to do is to calculate the amount of risk you want to take. So all of this tells us the level of risk and return in each of the asset class. If it is money market and T-bills is the juiciest one at the moment in Nigeria, although it's an aberration because it's supposed to have the lowest risk. So it's supposed to have the lowest return because of its risk nature. But today in Nigeria, it has the highest. Last week, CBN still sold T-bills to foreign investors and banks at 32%. 1 year, 32% because of what? Because they want $1. 32% for 1 year money. What business can someone do in this Nigeria today that you can make 32% return per annum? if you are not a money doubler or you are not in drug cartel, even oil industry can't give you that 32% now because of the, rumors of war and co that is going on. So TBs are very good. You can start with that because you are lending your money to what? Federal government. And it is assumed that federal government can never default. Rather, for federal government to default, they will borrow from another person and give it to you. And that's what they've been doing anyway. If you have been checking the calendar, looking at what will mature versus what they want to issue, look at the total, you will discover that they tally. They may say, this week we have about 100 billion naira to pay those that we've collected money from. And this same week, we want to borrow additional 100 billion. So what are they doing? They're just collecting 100 billion from one and give the 100 billion to another. And that is how Tinubu will finish his own. He will be rolling and doing and then give it to another president to continue. Until you get to a stage that investors are not willing to do that again. So these are some of the... So look at this and then begin to look at your risk level versus the return level. If you put your money in stock market is risky. It's risky. It's also juicy. I mean, if you put your money in FGM bond has low risk. And it also has low return. But for instance, if you put money in FGM bonds, say 10 years, every year they will be giving you interest. Year one, maybe if you buy for instance, if you invest in a bond that says this coupon is 15%, what it means that the company or the entity that issued the bond has promised to pay you amount that you invest in for the next 15 years, or did I say 10 years? For the next 10 years. And at the end of 10 years, pay you the last 15% plus your principal. So for those of us who pay school fees, that will be good because you know that every year you have to pay school fees. So something will be coming from something so that you can be using that to shock your school. So there are so many. For instance, if you want to invest in real estate and you don't want to go through all this Omonile Wahala and Co., you can do it indirectly by investing in what we call real estate investment trust, REITs. REITs, real estate investment trust. So these are companies whose major function is to sell shares. You know, when you sell something, you get money, true or false? So when they sell the shares to you, your money that they collect, they will go and invest it in properties, in real estate. So that as those properties are appreciating, money that they get from there, they will be distributing it to you. And if they sell any of them, the money that they realize, they will distribute it to you. Meaning that you are what? You have invested in a company whose job is to do properties. So we have some of them, about 3 of them that I know. So they are listed on stock exchange. You can check their website. So now that we have said all of these things, so what type of investors are you or are you going to be? Because many of us, I'm not sure we have started. I'm just guessing. So which one are you? Are you conservative or moderate or aggressive or speculative? Conservative. Okay, so like what type of return are you expecting? For instance, you see, that's the problem. People want money, big money, but they want to take small risk. There is nothing like that in investment. Are you getting me? So if you take small risk, you will get small. And if you take big risk, you will get what? It's good to be conservative, but don't expect much. At least your principle will be preserved. Is that okay? So just know where you are. And there are so many things that can determine where you are, maybe because of the nature of your job, maybe because of the stage of your life, maybe because of, so many things. So just be true to yourself and start from somewhere. Someone like a young chap now that just finished schooling and just started working, people like that will be under aggressive. Because even if they lose all the money now, they still have more years. They can still work and gather money and start all over again. But those of you that are already close to departure lounge, I know people like that are not here. Or those people that are already at the departure lounge. So what do they will just, they don't even, you said? And he's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for the children. For the children. There is this story of a man. This man lives in Ibadan, billionaire. He had money in one of these banks. I will mention the bank's name. So each time this man want to take away his money, the bank will send people to Ibadan. They will go and cry and say, Daddy, our daddy, don't take this money now. Because the man is elderly, he's old. You just have pity. And say, okay, leave the money. So the man's money had been with the bank for more than how many years? Over a decade. So the bank has been using this man's money as part of their capital. And the children of this man have been saying, what is happening? Are they using charm on our daddy, this and that? So one day someone was able to convince this Baba. And the Baba now sent to the bank, I want my money. They did all, the bank say, today. They now sat down with the man. They say, okay, this is your billions. You can't get it. We'll be paying in tranches. That's what they were doing. They were paying 50 million. 50 million. So it therefore means that they used that man's money to speculate and lost it. Because that's why they could not provide it. And they knew that anytime they cry and wail, this Baba will say, oh, yeah, my daughter, how can I do this for my daughter? Leave the money. They will increase the rate again. So some of you that have billions or millions, and it has been there, just test it. Say, today, just give me the money. Just to test. Let the money come out. If it comes out, you can then say, okay, this bank is strong. And the moment you say you want to read, say, okay, is it rate? Don't worry. What do you want? You say, where is the market? Market is doing 20. Who will give you 30? That should even give you an indication that something is wrong. How can market generally be offering 20 and you are giving me 30? So the higher the rate they give you, the higher should be your suspicions. You say, this something must be wrong. All right, so some of the website that you can access. So for stocks, shares, mutual funds, just go to NGS Group. No one does it better. They are the best. They are fantastic in this area. On their website, NGX, when you open the website, you can even register and begin to buy shares. There is a form there that you can, they will just ask you, I've done it. They ask me for BVM, my bank, everything. They ask me if I have broker. If you don't have broker, they can ask you to choose, and then you can begin to buy shares. There are some IPOs that are listed there that you can begin to start with. You don't even need to go anywhere these days because everything is now electronic. You can do it from your phone. You can do it on your laptop in the comfort of your bedroom whilst you are watching African Magic. Once you provide all the information, because as they sell the shares to you, they will debit your account, credit your account. Then if you want to buy bonds or T-bills, NGX also is there, plus other websites that you can get more information like DMO, like FMDQ. FGN Savings Bond, this one, you can start with 5,000 naira. As low as 5,000 naira. It will pay you interest 4 times in a year. Every quarter, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. FGN savings bond. Walk into any stockbrokers, they will put you through. And I think the return is around, is it 17% or I can't remember now. Yeah, it's still below inflation. Then maybe some of us, we already had stocks and we want to validate our dividends. I mean, just check this sec.gov.ng. Securities and Exchange Commission, they are the regulators of this market. So anybody that you want to know anything about the dividends of all your shares, check. There's a link there. There's a portal. They will just ask you what is your name and other things that you provide. Maybe your phone number. It will bring out your dividend for you. All right. On this note, do we have questions? Any question? Okay. Okay.
I wanted to ask about the minimum per investment. The minimum amount you can invest.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the FGN savings, the minimum is 5,000 naira, but you can do multiple. For FGM bonds, because we have different type of FGM. FGM bonds, for the wholesale, the minimum is 50 million and 1,000 naira. However, if you have lower than that, they can arrange something for you. Your bankers or your stockbrokers, they can sell to you from their own portfolio. Is that okay? But if you want to do it yourself, you want to buy directly from federal government, it's 50 million and 1,000 naira. For shares, it depends on the current market price. Once you log on to the FGN website, NGX website, you will see all the stocks and their prices. Is that okay? So that price is telling you this is the price for 1 unit. So based on the number of units that you want to buy, so you just multiply it. Is that okay? And for the IPOs, because IPOs means initial public offering, meaning because CBN told the banks that they have to recapitalize, that they must get more money so that they can do bigger business. So some of the banks are now selling shares to the public. So that's what we call IPO. So those ones, they already put the prices there. I think the last one that GTP did, it was around 40 something naira per share. So some of us could not buy because we felt it was overpriced. Some of us, but so majority bought because they believe it's fairly priced. It depends on your view. And I think there's one going on now. Is it which bank? FCMB. I think that one is around 7 naira or so. So just go on the NGX. Everything is there. You don't even need to go. Once you feel that, log on to the portal and you see it and you fill the form, you supply your BVN, you supply your banks, and then you click buy. You will just see that they sell the shares to you based on the stockbrokers that you chose. It will be in your asset in your account. Then they will then take the money from the bank. Yes, ma'am.
I'm really concerned about inflation and savings below the inflation. So what are the investment products available that are above inflation or at least par with inflation? Because no matter how much you save, it's below inflation. It's a negative NPV.
All right. Inflation is a great enemy. So at the moment, because I told you in finance, the higher the risk that you take, the higher will be your return. If you really want to outperform inflation, it's just that you are going to take a higher risk. And one of the things you can do is to invest in private equities. You see, we have 2 types of companies. Some are public and some are private. The ones that are public are the ones that goes to stock exchange to display their prices. Whereas some, they don't go there, but they still sell their shares. So those ones are done privately. Are you get what I'm saying? But you can buy shares of private and it might go down. Another thing you can do is real estate. Real estate in the long run is very good. Is that okay? Real estate. The another thing is commodity. These are the things that outperform inflation. Let inflation go to 40%. Those in business of food, they will still make their gain. As the prices are going up, they are topping up their own goods. They will see that margin is still there. So commodities, real estate, private equity, those three, if you can combine them, can outperform inflation.
There's someone here.
Okay. After listening to all you said, you were just talking about investment. You were kind of stressed more on bond shares, treasury bills, and all that. For me, I'm a businesswoman.
Yes.
And I want to go into investment. Like, I want to diversify. And I've not heard you say something about, like, giving me ideas. Like, I was thinking of going into food, like you said, the commodity. I want you to, give me ideas, impress me, and tell me why I have to do this. Because I'm thinking of diversifying because I'm into the sports business. Okay. And the exchange rate is kind of too high for me now. And I want to move. And I was like thinking of going into Indomie distributorship and all that. So I want you to really give me that courage because I have my fears about it because transportation for me with the insecurities and all what we are facing now in Nigeria, I want you to please encourage me as an expert. The things I need to put into consideration before going into this.
All right. I think what you are talking about is more like entrepreneurship. That is to say how to go into businesses and yes, nothing is wrong about that. Unfortunately, I am not an expert in that space. So, but what I can just tell you is that what investment does for you is that you don't need to be there. Are you get what I'm saying? Because all these things, businesses, you have to be there. If you're really serious and you want your business you have to be there. You must go to work. You must see to everything. But when it comes to investment, the moment you lock in your money, you don't even need to go there. It will be making money for you, with or without your presence. Is that okay? And that is the major focus of my session.
For our audience or our participants. So why do you trade commodities, FX or NGS?
FX. We have 3 commodities exchange now in Nigeria. We have FX exchange. We have NCX. It used to be called ASCE, Abuja Securities and Commodities Exchange, but now it's called Nigeria Commodities Exchange. Then we have one in Lagos, Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange. I think that one is in Marina. That one you can even trade gold, you can trade iron ore, you can trade, mining stuff. You said? Okay, it depends on the commodities. It is per commodities. If you log on to their website, they will show you the prices of each of the assets and the minimum that can be invested. I don't know them offhand now. Thank you.
Please put your hands together. A round of applause for Mr. Mayowa Badejo. I am very sure that he's really dealt extensively on investment and finance. Okay, so once again, a round of applause for our investment guru. I know that some of us still have questions, but we are pressed for time. So can we please just write them down? We will send to him and we'll pass the responses across. Please. Or we can meet him. He's still here and he will clarify for you so that we can move on to the next. Otherwise, we would have to stay here for so long. Okay. So, know that we reward hard work, we reward good work. So there were those who came in very early. They are called the early birds. And and I'm sure that it must be a Gen Z, because Gen Zs are always composed, so much tease, prim and proper. So we are going to be honoring them and just gifting them, telling them thank you. Thank you for coming early. Thank you for recognizing that being prompt is also a virtue. So here we are, and the first person to win the early bird for OTRFA. Okay, just a moment. Okay. So we have Monty, the PRO, Uyo chapter. Put your hands together for her. Here is your gift. Please come to the podium for your gift voucher. Global President, ma. Global President. Please come and present the gift voucher to her. Global President. Gen Z Mama. 2013 set. Put your hands together for her. Okay, so that's... Yes.
Well done, amen. You see your chapter in the house? Yeah! The song! Yeah! Woman in the power! Well done. Wow. Fantastic. Keep this a secret. This is what a wow. We appreciate your being on time, being prompt, and it shows you're a true Abuloma queen. Thank you. There. Oh, yeah. Up Primrose!
Okay, so the next person, the second person, is no other person than Olubumi Oketola. Where are you? Lagos chapter president, ma, please come give them the gift voucher. So much tease. Yes, mama. Yes. She is the chief host for today. Yes, so.
Basically, in Lagos chapter, we actually encourage punctuality. So at any point in time, even if you go through the magazines, you will see we have our early bird stars. You know, the unfortunate thing is I'm never really an early bird. However, I will always support early birds. So congratulations. Is one of our, I think it's one of the sponsors or so. So she has a gift voucher from Exclusive Smile. Exclusive Smile is out there. Please, their smiles are really exclusive. They have lots of aligners, Invisalign, fantastic rates from all of us at Federal Government Girls College Abuloma. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much. And the last but not the least, we have Abuloma guest now. Wow. Because if you know who the third person is, and we have Abuja, we have Kaduna, we have Yenegua, we have Lagos Sef, in our backyard. And here with us, we had some people come to beat us. Wow, but it is where? Well, for the third person. Okay, Shaibon Global Services.
That's the person you've given.
Oh, okay. So we should even clap for her because she's a sponsor and she came early.
In fact, let me help her. Let me help Peace. You know, Peace actually was doing a lot of work at the back. So the person who has won the third with the early bird prize is Ibifuro Johnson. I think it's Nee Green. In fact, Peace Green's sister. Yes, and she's of Lagos chapter. So please, come on in.
Okay. A round
Next
of
time when
applause.
we
Please
call
keep
for a
clapping
meeting,
till she
please
comes.
be
Please
on
keep
time.
clapping. Keep clapping. Yes.
We have to. Itoro will flog me. Itoro is such an early bird person. I don't know what happened to her today. Sorry, I didn't say anything.
Ibifuro Johnson.
Ibifuro Johnson. Robinson. Oh. Up Jasmine. Congratulations. Thanks so much. That's for you. So Exclusive Smile gave us each individual voucher is worth 100,000 naira. Yes. So let me now start telling you guys. No, there's lots more to be won. No, you can't be telling people what is going to happen. You
see?
So they're going to have like a treat, what they call it, S&P, scaling and polishing, fantastic consultation, and an opportunity for you to get further discounts. I'm yet to even talk about Echo that is going to come up and say something else. You know me, I can't talk like Peace and Ugochi, my VIP, who is eyeing me now. So, more. Expect the unexpected. Do what you need to do. Congratulations, girl.
Thank you. Okay, so let's take a picture. Oh. Una go come early next time. Una go come early next year. Next year na Range Rover 2025. Okay, so to move us further, we're moving. We're almost there. So to take us further in the session, we have a very, 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 very Gen Z compliant man. We have someone who will be speaking with us on taxes, the world of business, personal taxes, and me. I would employ us to please listen carefully. This is very important for the businesses, for the corporate world. It's important that you learn, you know how to apply your personal taxes, whatever applies to you, know how to navigate so that the federal government will not come for you. Mm-hmm. Okay, so no other person than Mr. Amechi Okonkwo. So he's going to be taking us virtually. He's currently online. So we will need to maintain some level of calm and quiet so we can hear him speak to us since he's not physical. Thank you so much. Mr. Amechi Okonkwo, you can have the floor. You have 30 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. First of all, I need to apologize for not making it to the venue. Against all odds, I intended to be there, but some other engagements in the workplace made it impossible. However, I still believe that I still need to say one or two things to you. I need to congratulate your school and your alumni for this, and your Old Girls Association for this type of events. It will not only be a reason for you to meet each other, but also a reason for people to upscale whatever they are doing. Going into the topic I'm taking, I needed to share my screen. I don't know whether is that possible? Okay. If not, let me work with it the way I have it here. Okay. The topic I was meant to speak on was on the world of taxes and me. And I have a number of items in the agenda. I need to go through the introduction, women succeeding in business, taxes and businesses, types of taxes, understanding business taxes, down to conclusion. I hope I'm being heard. Hello? Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Hello, we can hear you, sir.
All right. Okay. Moving on. I might have to skip some of what I have in the slide so that I can meet up with it allotted time. Move to the introduction. As we all know what is happening today, a lot of our citizens are running away from the country to other climes where things work. Why are they running? It's basically because of the economic situation we find ourselves in and the insecurity. The places that our people are running to are not run by machines. They're also run by humans. But because they have been diligent in doing what they needed to do the right way, the citizens are contributing theirs, the leaders are doing theirs. Most countries are run by taxes they collect from their citizens, unlike what we have in ours. Until recently, everybody focused on what comes from oil. Women succeeding in businesses. If I cast my mind back to can you hear me? If I cast my mind back to the topic we are looking at, it is not like women are not succeeding. Women are, but most of the times, it is not being championed the way that of men is done, whereby it is all over the news. A little search or a little check will show you that women are succeeding in all sectors of life. Every sector you can think that men are doing well, there are also women doing the same thing, even if not better. So, what does this tell us? It tells us that we don't need to fear. Of course, there are some barrier to entry in some businesses whereby it looks like it is a reserve for a particular access. But I tell you, if you find yourself in there, even those, especially those businesses that looks like it is meant for men, any woman that breaks into it will do better than men. I give you an example of salons where you do your hair. Study shows that any salon that is being operated by males, they have better patronage. Women will want to go there. So also, anything that a woman does, there are women that does paint, that do painting as their job. I've seen women mechanics, and we always see how people are ready to go and patronize them. From finance and economics, you can see women boldly represented there. The few names that are in the slide are just for emphasis sake. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is there, Nick Onyali is there, Bolaji Abwede is there, and a host of others. In business in general, Florence Alakija cannot be forgotten in a haste. Owen Diana is there, Ibuku Awosika, and others. If you go to legal, your own Buma Ozobia is there. Chief Olake Solanke is there. Same, if you go to tech, we also have ladies well represented. Now, coming into the main topic for today, taxes and businesses. One might ask, what is business? Another might also be asking, what is tax? Then are there a relationship between business and taxes? Now, What is business? I don't want to be too technical about some of the things I've put down. I want to explain it as possible, as simple as possible, so that we can get it right. When we talk about businesses, a lot of people, we always think that until you have own big corporations, until you have a chain of businesses here and there, you're not in business. Anything you do that earns you an income is a business. Anything you do, even people in employment, in quotes, can be said to be in business because they are selling their intellectual property. They are rendering service. And at the end of the day, they're being paid for it. You move down to issue of taxes. What is tax? Simple explanation of tax is that it is a compulsory payment made to governments for the running of government activities. It's compulsory. We have to underline that word, compulsory. Taxes is not an option. It's not what you do when you like. It's not what you do because of the benefits you will get. It's what you are bound to do because the law has provided that you have to get that done. Now, this issue of tax, if it's a compulsory payment, who and how am I supposed to pay these taxes? Like the third item I put in this slide, I asked the question of the relationship. Once you earn income, except if such income is exempted, except where the income is exempted, you are bound to pay taxes on that income. It's either you pay transactional taxes on it, or you pay taxes on that income. That's the profits you made from the income. When I talk about transactional taxes, even those that are not vast in issue of taxes would have been hearing about VAT, value added tax. At least people will have been hearing about it. It's a type of transactional taxes. For people in Lagos that patronize hotels and some of these guest centers, you still go ahead and pay consumption taxes. It's also transactional taxes. Apart from this and other type of transactional taxes, like withholding tax, you still pay taxes on your profits. For states, there are levies and other things you pay. But let me not bore us too much on that until we get to the slide that dealt with taxes, which is where we just delved into. Looking at the tax law, we have, in Nigeria, we operate 3 levels of governments: the federal, the states, and the local governments. And at each level of these governments, there are types of taxes and levies being collected by these levels of governments. For federal governments, all common income taxes, that is all incorporated entities that are limited liability and PLC, are bound to pay their taxes, which is called on their profits, which is called common income tax, to federal governments. Withholding tax deducted from companies and non-resident individuals. For instance, if I do anything as a resident of Lagos State and taxes are meant to be deducted, it's supposed to go to Lagos State. However, if I reside outside the country, or if I have an enterprise that is outside the country, it's not limited liability, that earns some income from Nigeria, to the extent that withholding tax will be deducted, it will not come to Lagos. It will not go to my state. It will go to federal governments. We have petroleum profit tax for those in the petroleum sector. We have value added tax I've mentioned earlier. We have education tax, capital gain tax, stamp duties, the personal income tax. Personal income tax, I need to stress on this. Personal income tax is one of the major taxes collected by states governments. However, like I mentioned when I was talking about individuals that also live outside the country, if they are personal income tax, if for adventure they sojourn or they entered into the country and spend at least 183 days in a particular financial year, they will have to pay their taxes, and it will also come to federal government. Same is for members of the Nigerian police, foreign affairs, and others. Apart from these that I mentioned, the personal income tax will go to the states where the individual is resident. Taxes and levies collected by the state governments. I was just talking about personal income tax. So if you look at here, that is the first item under taxes collected by state governments, which operates under the mechanism called pay as you earn. Pay as you earn means all of us are not paying the same thing. If I'm earning 100,000 naira, or let me say, if I'm earning 1 million naira, and another is earning 500,000 naira, we are not going to pay the same taxes. It is to the extent of what we earn that the graduations of the rates will be applied on, and necessary taxes will be paid. Withholding tax for individuals goes to the states. Capital gains tax for individuals goes to the states. Stamp duties by individuals also goes to the states. Business premises registration, all this goes to the states. Some of the things I've written there, I don't want to go around back mentioning the amounts and the figures. I believe this the slide will be made available to all the old girls that wishes to have access to it. Normally, I'm not supposed to share this with you because, okay, let me not go into that. We have the Lomen levy and other items. Local governments, we have shops and kiosk rates, tenement rates, on and off liquor licenses. Some of the names we are mentioning here, we may not be familiar with it. But for those of us that have shops along the streets and neighborhoods, they will not be oblivious of the things I'm mentioning, because people from local government will always come to disturb you for one levy or the other. These are the things that are in their own confine that you have to pay. Understanding business taxes. So let's now go down to talk about business taxes. When we are talking about business taxes, question is, why does this even exist in the first instance? Why must a business pay tax? One of the first things I mentioned before is because it is required by law. The law requires that you have to go ahead and pay. So that is one of the reasons. The other reason is as a responsible organization, you have to also pay taxes to avoid the liabilities that might occur when the relevant agency, in this instance, Federal Inland Revenue Services, have to come back and review your books, penalize you for not paying. And these days, the interest and penalty accruing for not paying taxes at times outweighs the principal. So that is why it is easier to pay these things, to run away from these issues. Wealth redistribution is part of the reason why we pay taxes. People that they have pays more taxes, and as they pay, at times government goes into some social welfare activities, whereby they give money to the low-income earners for businesses and other things. By doing so, they are taking from the rich, they're also giving to the poor. We have shared responsibilities. We have economic regulations. On the economic regulation side, I need to mention some things there a bit. Let's use the issue of the economy, for instance. At times, you hear the CBN crying that the inflation rate is so high. Once government is seeing something like that, inflation rate is so high, then part of the things governments do is to do things that will affect your taxes. Either they increase the tax rates or they increase some interest rates. They do one thing or the other to mop up the excess liquidity in the economy. So these are part of reasons for paying taxes. Then the last is for provision of public goods. That's funding of government services. All the things we enjoy, the roads we pass, the security, the water, everything that is being provided by governments is being funded by taxes me and you pay. It's funded by the taxes we pay. These are part of reasons we pay tax. And because some persons will say we have been paying tax. I know some companies and some individuals have said we've paid so much tax, but look at the front of our roads, nothing has happened. Look at our streets, it's still bad. Look at there is no security and we are still paying. Unfortunately, the agencies of government, in this instance, I'm talking about the FIRS and SIRS in individual states, still have to do what they need to do. They're not the one implementing the policies of governments. Theirs is to administer the laws. Our politicians, that is executive, now carries out their programs. So when things are not done, the proper thing for us as businesses and individuals is to get back to our representatives to demand that the right things should be done. Okay. Benefits to businesses for complying with the tax laws. I think I've mentioned some of this in passing when I was talking about why businesses pay taxes. When businesses pay their taxes, it helps the government in running their programs. In every year, government comes up with their budgets. This budget, the money will not run from heaven. It will not come from heaven. They will generate these taxes from the revenue from the taxes we pay. And where there is shortfall, where there is deficit, you see them financing it through loans. We now come to individuals, where the vast majority of the populace belongs to. When we talk about businesses, the number of businesses we have is very little compared to the individuals. The same reason I mentioned when we are talking about why businesses pay taxes is also the same reason why individuals will have to pay their tax. It's still the same reasons. Reasons for paying tax is same thing. When we are talking about businesses and we are talking about individuals or persons, it's just because of where they pay their taxes. And as we all know, the rates and the means these taxes are paid are not same. But for individuals that pay taxes, what do they benefit from that? Same thing I mentioned earlier. The public goods. Recently, around Lagos, there are some roads that are being done that used to be bad. They are no longer bad because it has been done. When they were that bad, serious traffic jams are noticeable, which prevents you from running from one point to the other. As they are done, it reduces your time on the roads. And that's why it is called one of the public goods. It's one of the public goods which we enjoy when we pay our taxes and government puts it to good use. We cannot, in our own society, we cannot pretend not to know that at times these monies are not put to good use. But then, like I mentioned before, taxes are compulsory and they're not paid because you don't wait with the benefits you get for paying taxes. You just pay because that is the law. However, where the government is not doing things, we need to always make government to account for the monies we are giving to them. So we go to the next slide, which is about complying with tax laws. What does compliance entail? Compliance entails doing all that is required of you as a taxpayer, either as an individual or as a corporate. All that is required of you to file your returns and pay the right taxes. File your returns and pay the right taxes. Before you can even file your returns, you have to register with the relevant tax authority before you can file your returns. And you also have to know when you are supposed to file. If you are supposed to file on a particular date in a month and you didn't file that day, you're also incurring some liabilities to yourself. By the time the penalties and interest are accrued, because you are filing late, you are paying more than what you would have paid. Then, one of the ways you also comply is to make yourself available. Some individuals or companies don't want to hear anything about audits or investigation. But these are part of what have to happen. Because in Nigeria, we operate what is called self-assessment regime, whereby companies and individuals are allowed to self-assess themselves. Look at what you have earned, determine what is payable to government in terms of taxes using the relevant laws, and you go ahead and go and pay. But in return, the authority, that's either FIRS or SIRS, will come back to come and verify the underlying documents used in filing returns. Not all companies will be audited. Not all companies will be investigated. Audit or investigation will be done based on risk, whereby the authority thinks that there is a risk. When I talk about risk, whereby they think you may not have fully paid, they will need to come and check your books. And at times, it's not because of any evident risk, because they say what is not if you don't check someone, the person cannot account for what you give to the person. All of us, we run our homes and the rest of it. If you have given your child money to go and buy a particular item, maybe you don't know the price, and your child has gone to make those purchases. When they return, you ask questions. How much do you get this item? They will tell you. You are supposed to go to the next step. Can I see evidence of where is the receipts? That is check. If you're asking those questions, if it is a child or a domestic servant or anybody that would have done anything untowards, they will know that you will check. So that will make them to always do the proper things. That's also what audit and investigation does to a company or to individuals. When the company knows that these people will come back and check this record, we have nothing else to do other than to do the right thing as much as they can. We go to issue of registration. How do you register how does a company register with Federal Inland Revenue Services? For you to register, you will need to approach the relevant office nearest to you. For people that are doing the first registration, you need to approach there, go to the taxpayer services, ask questions. They are there to help. Anything you don't know, you ask questions. If you can afford it, you can get a consultant who will do all the running around for you. You pay for the services and everything is done for you. You get registered, necessary documents that are required, you'll be made to produce them. Produce the originals for citing. Fill the forms, write the relevant letters and submit. By that, you are registered. And you then start filing your returns. For company income taxes, okay, let me not go because there's still another slide that dealt with due date for filing each type of returns. So I've talked about filing due dates to pay your tax as when due and be open for investigation or tax audits. Then what happens when an individual or a company decides not to pay tax, which is what happens most of the time? Some hide from the authorities, they don't want to pay, stay on the same reasons everybody. Let me tell you, payment of taxes is one of the most difficult things that anybody can do. We are not oblivious of that. Even the most high rank, even those in the revenue, employees in the revenue, I know if you pay them their salaries and ask them to go and pay taxes, they may not. Let me not say they may not. The majority may not. And even if when they do, they might not pay the right taxes. So payment of taxes is not easy. So because as this presentation is going on, let us not think that it's something you wake up and do. But when you are disciplined, when you decide to do the right thing, you do it. And when you do the right thing, it saves you from some of these consequences. The first I will mention here is the issue of the legal and civil penalties, which includes interest charges on the amount you didn't pay. If you are supposed to have paid a particular tax, say in January, and they are just paying it today, government is not going to collect that money from you and say you've done well and you should go home in peace. You are going to pay interest on it because government will be treating it as you have borrowed our money. This is the money we would have used, but you've borrowed it. So you have to pay interest on the money you borrowed. And most of these interests are at CBN, at MPR rates. And then if there's any spread, it will also be applied. They also pay penalties. In some instances, you might be prosecuted. And most businesses will not want to be seen in the front pages of newspaper on the TV for issue of tax liabilities, especially the multinationals. Our indigenous companies may not bother, but the multinationals and some companies that always want to maintain good corporate image, they will always want to go and pay their taxes. Civil penalties might be imposed, which also result to additional tax burdens. Instances of assets being seized can happen because you don't pay taxes. I want to give you an instance. The popular, for those of you that know where Federal Revenue Service in Ikoyi, Awolowo Road, where it is, that property was taken over from another government agency because the government agency deducts taxes and they don't remit. So if government can take over property of another government agency and hand it over to another government agency, what would happen to other businesses and individuals if it gets to that level of forfeiting your assets? I just cited that as an example. That building was formerly owned by old NEPA when NEPA was still owned by government. But because of the accumulated VATs they've deducted from customers that they were not remitting, FRS took it over from them and it became FRS building and some other instances here and there. I mentioned that because, especially because this event is taking place on the island, those of you that stays on the island will know we are mentioning. So, by not paying your taxes as at when due, it can also reduce your credit score. In our environment here, credit score is not a thing that most people know. But for those that are outside the country, they know what it means when your credit score is low. When your credit score is not what it should be, you will not have access to loans from financial institutions. I know something like that was being implemented, but when I left that sector, I don't know how far it went. Okay, in Nigeria, it was being implemented, but I don't know whether it is in place now or whether it was whether they abandoned it. When you don't pay your taxes, there are a lot of government assistance, subventions, government programs you will not be able to access because you didn't pay your tax. And that's the reason why that popular document that most people know always happens. Tax clearance certificates. It's being given to individuals, it's being given to businesses. So there are certain things you do without it, you will not be able to access those items. Government might want to embark on a social program, and because you're not paying your taxes, you will not benefit from that. You might want to acquire land from a particular, either federal government or state government, and the demand for your tax clearance, that will just push you off. And by the time they may even inform you, you may not have time to run around and get it processed. You might want to apply for contracts. There are a lot of things you do that evidence of paying taxes will enable you to move to the next level. how do we mitigate the tax risk? We first of all look at the importance of seeking professional tax advice. Tax is one of the things that is you cannot say, I know I did taxes when I was in the university. It's one of the courses we offered. Therefore, I can do taxes. When I was doing my ICAM program, it's one of the lectures we did. If you are not practicing taxes, you'll be left behind. As I speak to you, another gazette was released yesterday on issue of withholding taxes, just yesterday. So if you must practice tax, you must keep yourself abreast all time to know what is going on. A lot of finance acts was released under the last administration. A lot of finance acts, they were released. And for each, there are some tweaks, there are some changes. Some sections were either deleted or new ones introduced or tweaked. So you must know these laws as it applies from year to year, because each of the laws is applicable to a period. Once it has been changed, at commencement date of that change, you can't apply the old one. You have to start applying the new provisions of the law. So you need to seek the advice of a professional, or you need, for businesses, you might think about having a tax department, not accounting department, not finance department. Okay, let me say tax unit. It can be under finance and account department, but there should be a unit that looks at every transaction that takes place in the company and look at the implications of those taxes and advise better. Because terminologies alone can lead a transaction, can make a transaction taxable or not, just by the terminology. By the time an expert looks at it, it might advise you, instead of using this term, why don't you use this term? Or this transaction, instead of paying this particular person, why don't you pay this to limit the tax exposure? Professional advice will come with issue of tax planning, because tax planning and tax avoidance, they are not illegal. They are legal means of reducing what you should pay as taxes by taking advantage of provisions of the law, tax law. So you plan your affairs and you pay minimal taxes. Where you don't know these laws exist, for your competitor will be paying less tax. You'll be paying higher tax, all because there is a knowledge gap somewhere. You need to minimize stress that comes with issue of not paying taxes, because it can actually be stressful when the relevant authority starts to drag you up and down, which can lead to going to courts, from tax appeal tribunal to high courts, appeal courts, up to Supreme Court. Tax issues can move up to that point. And you may not have that manpower or the resources to be running around. Then avoid penalties at all costs. What are the proactive steps you need to take to minimize tax-related risk? You need to invest in training for the people in the tax units or people in the finance and accounts where you don't have a dedicated unit for taxes. You need to train them regularly on the conventional issues that are happening in the tax ecosystem. You need to have reviews of your work. You need to, again, plan, tax planning. Again, tax planning, you need to plan properly. Withholding taxes, which is one of the things I mentioned, that a gazette was just dropped, government circular was just dropped yesterday, reducing some of the rates, increasing some, because some of those rates have been taken care of in this rate that we are seeing here. Most of these 2% we are seeing here, we are never there before. It's where for companies in construction sector, telecoms. They were never there before. But it was done to reduce because checks or experience has shown that their profit margin is not that high for you to deduct 5% as withholding taxes. Then what is withholding taxes we are talking about? Withholding tax is not a type of tax on its own. It's advance payments of common income tax or personal income tax. Government is just taking that money in advance to use to run its businesses. Because, for instance, your common income tax, you file once in a year. But as these transactions are happening, government also wants to be taking some money to be running its affairs. Secondly, what withholding tax does is to also bring some of the companies that are hiding into tax nets. And that's why at times, when companies think they are invisible, by the time they approach the relevant authorities and the authority is telling them, you're actually doing business, where such is saying that they've not started. By the time the information is shown to them, they will not be surprised. How did they know? At times, it's these withholding tax issues that brought you to the limelight, that make the authorities to know that you're actually doing businesses, even though you've not registered with the authority. So there are different rates here. It's not what I will go through, considering that my time has even been fast spent, if not out. We go to the next slide, which is the due dates of filing different returns. Due dates for filing different returns. Towards the right, you will see the type of taxes. And if you go towards the left, you will see the dates that those returns are supposed to be filed and the taxes paid. For common income taxes, for companies that are old companies that have been in operation, their due date of filing is 6 months, on or before 6 months after the end of their financial year, on or before 6 months. Anything after that 6 months, penalties and interest are accruing. Same thing for education tax. But for new businesses, newly incorporated businesses, the law requires that you file after 18 months from the date of incorporation, 18 months from the date of incorporation, or 6 months, again, from the end of your first financial years. For instance, you incorporated in, say, January 2023, and you've not, maybe you commenced your operation, say, February. 6 months, if you commence February and your accounting date is December, from that December, 6 months elapses June this year. So you will not be waiting until it gets to 18 months. Once it's up to that 6 months, you go ahead and go and file. But where you've not filed your first account, 6 months is the minimum. However, I also need to mention here that the Finance Act for companies income tax introduced some leverage for companies whose turnover is less than 25 million. It's 25 million and below. That leverage it's introduced is for you not to pay taxes. It's not for you not to file returns. It did not exempt you from filing returns. It only exempted you from paying taxes when your turnover or your revenue, when I mean turnover or revenue, the total income you earned, money you received, or business sales you made. Let me not say money you received, because it might not be cash. You might have made sales, you might have rendered services, but you've not been paid. If it is not more than 25 million, you can't pay tax, but you can file returns. Same applies for VAT. I have so many to mention for VAT. For businesses that their turnover is not up to 25 million, they don't have the responsibility to be a collecting agent to government, to be putting VAT on their invoices when they are selling to customers. They don't have that responsibility. However, the customers that purchase those goods that are valuable, even though there are no VAT on them, have responsibility to now go ahead and self-assess themselves and go and pay the VAT. For PPT, there is estimated returns that is filed from 2 months from commencement of the accounting period. The company will now say, okay, that's for people in oil sector. after 2 months of the beginning of the accounting period, they will value what they have done. They will say, okay, in the next 1 year, we are going to earn revenue of $200 million. They will go and file the returns. That is estimates. They will file that estimated returns. As the year is now going by, they will now be reviewing the estimates and know whether they are still in line. However, at the end of the accounting period, they will still come back and file the final returns. This final returns is now the actual, what actually happened. They have to go and file. Personal income tax returns. The due date for filing is 31st March. This is especially for companies, people that are not in employment, and then for people that are not in employment. But for people that are employment, people that earn salaries, their due date for filing is 31st January. When I say 31st January, 31st January for the whole year. However, every 10th of every month, the employers must go and file their returns, their pay returns, every 10th of the of a month. They will file that of previous month, sorry. Everything they will file that of months, 10th. They file for previous month. At the end of the year, they will now go and file for the whole year, what they have done for the whole year. They also file an estimate again. That's for personal income tax. The company will file an estimate, what they intend to pay the employees in the current year. They will go and file. Withholding tax returns and VAT returns are filed 21st of every month. Capital gain tax is filed twice in a year for transactions that happen in the first half of the year. That's when you have a capital gain and you need to file capital gains returns. You are going to file on 30th of June. For the second half of the year, if anything happened that warrants you paying capital gains tax, you are going to file at the end of the year. That's 1st December.
Mr. Meche, we have 2 more minutes, actually.
Okay, I'll wrap up now.
Thank you.
So, still going on in the issue of rates, you see coming income tax, okay, now we'll talk about rates. I was talking about due dates for filing before. We'll talk about rates. The personal income tax returns have a table, a graduated table used in determining what you should pay. For company income taxes, there are rates. These are in the slides. I need to, okay, for petroleum sharing, for companies in the energy sector, in the petroleum sector, depending on the type of license the company has, that is what we determine on the rates they are using to determine their taxes. VAT is still 7.5% and 0%. I need to conclude now. In conclusion, I mentioned earlier that tax is compulsory. It's not a thing of whether you want to pay. It is compulsory. I also need to tell you that for you to pay proper taxes and avoid liabilities, you need to keep proper record of all your financial transactions. Proper record is key. That's the only thing that can save you in the rainy day. You have to have a dedicated department or unit that will handle your tax issues, even if you have a consultant. At least there should be a first point of call. You have to pay the right taxes. You have to, and compliance is cheap. Why is compliance cheap? When you pay on time, the interest and penalty that would have accrued or other liabilities, you wouldn't go ahead to pay it. So some organizations believe that tax money is a cheap money. It's cheaper than getting bank loan. When you cannot find or hire a tax professionals, please walk into any of those revenue agencies. They are there to help. Ask them questions. You will learn. Ask them and you learn. And anything you've learned is yours. So payments of taxes, I end this way, that payments of taxes is one of the provisions in the holy books of the two major religions. When I talk about holy books, I'm talking of the Bible, I'm talking of the Quran. There are relevant sections there that support that you should go and pay your taxes. So it's not a thing of the government alone. We are religious people in the country, so let's also implement those sections. And as a corporate citizen, whether as a business or an individual, you have that obligation to pay tax, and that's what confers you right to ask government those hard questions. I'll stop at this point, and
thank you
I'll take questions.
so much. Thank you, Mr. Amechi. See, you see why they're not standing for you is that one of the stereotypes we're trying to break today, but it may not work, is that the ladies like to collect money. But to bring it out, hey, we have to break that stereotype. Abby, am I correct? Do we like to collect money? No, I'm not hearing that. Do we like to collect money? But it's time to pay tax, so yeah? You see, let me explain. The power of paying tax is this. That deal you've been praying for every morning, oh Lord, have mercy. That deal I have, please help me. And the Lord gets it for you. You now go and they say, oh, we need to have your tax receipts, please, for last year. Can we have? Then your eye open. I don't have any, my business is just starting. I don't have, you say, yeah, what about your personal tax? That is what Mr. Amechi is telling you now, that you have to have personal tax, whether you're working or you're not working, or anyhow. And if you are not, go to the tax office and sit down and say, give me information. Have it ready. So when that deal of $2 million lands, you are ready for it. You have everything correct. You can be a third party to Nestle. So are you ready? Is your business ready? Whether it is a business that is happening at the in your kitchen, nobody knows. But the idea is, if I say I'm having lunch, and please supply me with cakes. But for you to do that, I need your tax. Are you ready? That's what OTFR is asking you now. Are you ready? You are about to hit it. We are praying for you. You are hitting it already. The deal is coming up. Are you ready? Do you have, so to take it that this coming week, November should not meet you. Visit our FRS office. Ask them, what do I need to do? How do I do it? And get started. Because ladies, whether you know it or not, 2025 is going to be a great year. Do you have any question? I will take one. Because my tummy, you've been hearing some noise. Wait, can you hear it again? I thought I heard, can you hear? It's my tummy. Oh. I'm hungry. So, one question. Who is this lucky or blessed lady? Or guy? Gentleman? Any question? Mr. Amechi, they say that no question, no, that this one is too hard. They will come. Oh, there's one? Okay. Yes, they have a mic.
Thank you. Good morning, Miss, or good afternoon, Mr. Amechi. A powerful presentation. I want to say thank you for the enlightenment. I know that when it comes to tax, what is allowable, and the tax also gives you opportunity to, I would say, take advantage to reduce your tax incidences. So how do you know and how do you take advantage within the law to reduce your tax incidence as a small business? Thank you.
All right. I mentioned it during the presentation when I mentioned the issue of tax avoidance and tax planning. How do you plan your affairs? You are planning your affairs to pay lower taxes. And I said, this plan of affairs to pay lower taxes is within the ambits of the law. The law has provided some reliefs. The law has provided some allowances. There are some transactions that are not taxable. There are some that are taxable. There are certain things you do. Some money will be exempt from taxes.
Excuse me.
Let me use personal income tax, for instance. Insurance, life insurance. is one of those things you put your money into that reduces your earnings. For instance, for salary earners, you are being paid 500,000 naira per month, and you decide to have life insurance. Maybe every month, out of the 500,000 naira, there are now 50,000 naira is now being taken away for insurance. That money will not be subjected to tax, and it is still your money. You've taken advantage of the law. So that is an example for an individual. It's still your money. It's also available for what they call it, for companies. Those things are also available for companies. So as some companies invest in businesses that have so much reliefs and allowances, companies go ahead and invest in capital items. And when they invest in these capital items, they spend money to buy equipment they're using for their businesses. But this money they spent in buying those equipments, they will still get it back from government in the name of capital allowances. Some company will say, no, let's also go and hire. Is it not vehicle? Let's hire it from a hiring company. As you're hiring from a hiring company, of course, you're expensing it. Government will not give it back to you. But if you have this vehicle, it is now your own. You spend 20 million in purchasing this bus. Over 4 years, you recover it from government. So you'll be able to invest more. So these are part of those advantages you need. And before you know it, it's not what you work for, you must know the provisions of the law. That is where the issue of training comes in. That is where the issue of getting a tax professional comes in. Because the list is big. It's not what I will be here, start mentioning to you one after the other. But when you are faced with one, of course you can reach out either to a professional, or you can even go to the tax office like I mentioned earlier. Ask questions so that why you're asking these questions is so that you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, let's clap for Mr. Mechi. Thank you. Now, please, before we go for lunch, our next speaker is here and he is ready to roll. Let me just give you some tips. He's going to tell you about your business, whether how to start, if you started doing something, how do you scale it up? What is your strategy? I have an idea. How do I even start? They are here to discuss that with you. But before we go for lunch, do you have a magazine? Can you bring it out? Can you please bring out your magazine? Can you just flip through? Does it look lovely? No, guys. Is it really lovely? Is it amazing? We would like to thank the lady that sat down, designed this magazine, did wonders. Took it abroad. They did it in Canada. She redesigned it. She flew it down. Everything. Let's thank NECA Isilebo, National Welfare Officer. Please stand up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Indeed. She is the designer. She organized the content. She will not allow you to sleep. That's her. And it came at the right time. You know, some conferences you go, magazine is coming after the conference. This one came 5 days before the conference. And that's how powerful she is. All right. It's time. I thought I even said you go to please close mouth. Let us go and eat. If you see this lunch, hey, awesome lunch. They're going, it's going to be done table by table so they don't keep you standing. And there's also a photograph stand where you can go and take pictures. Remember to smile. Remember to have an appointment with Exclusive Smile so that they'll tell you how to smile and help you to smile right. Lunch is for 30 minutes. So please hurry up. The slides, the materials are going to be sent to your email if you registered. So make sure that we have your correct email and we have it correctly stored. Immediately we come back, we take our last speaker for the day. They are raring to go and they have a big surprise for you. So please, please come back. And while the point is that while we're eating, they will begin to speak. So make sure you have your food here and we go. So while we are eating, let's be balling.
If you know, you know. But if you don't know, you know. Now you know. Now you know. If you know, you know. The big ballers in town. Now you know. Now you know. Forget what they know them. How much is money? It's nothing. Ballin'. Premium or nothing. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Forget what they know them.
I know that we are all ladies, but hey, ladies don't give out their ages. I am 16. Gen Z. Even though they say I said capping, they say I'm Miss Yan capping. I say, hey, now wow. So when I came to school, there was this senior. Oh my goodness! When she walked, when she came in, you shake. She's here. Everybody will just run around, that kind of thing. And today I look at her and say, "Are you serious? You know how we've all evolved, correct?" But she is a DJ, powerful DJ. Today she has moved. She has done so many things I like to recognize. Our head prefect, remember? Senior Polonia! I'd like to call you up, please. I'm sorry, Senior. Tomorrow in the evening I can pick pin. I can cut the space. Now they say that time when you want to cut, they say cut. I'll call with cutlass. I need you to please come forward. We are about to start. 5 minutes. All the way from, is it Abuja? It's not Abuja now. From where? From Mina. Please, you can sit. But apart from that, I didn't just call you to come and sit in front, madam. If you know, you know, correct? If you're in that group, you know. If you know, you know. Ababala. What is something, Abby? Please, can you just come and give them, if you were in Port Harcourt last year, you got a taste of it, correct? While we are about to start and the speaker is getting ready, I would like to call on you, our head prefect. Please come. Give them a taste of what you used to. Please just come. Our prof, just to show you how she's shattering the stereotypes. Shattering. Just give them a taste of what you do, how you give us wow on the platform so they can join all the platforms. Hey! Okay, now. It's on. What do you need? Okay. Am I supposed to sing? Dance or what do you want? Do you want to put music for you? Okay. They said that, Mr. Raji, They want you to play Abuloma for them. They want to dance it out. You want to show us some steps, please. Can you start? Hey, already? All right, see them. Oh. This is a taste, just a taste of what's going to happen today.
No.
Yes, so.
What if you don't
know? Yes, so.
Now you know.
Hey.
Now you know.
Yes, so.
If you know. The big ballers in town. Now you know. Now you know. Forget what they know them.
Yes, so.
How much is money? Balling. Premium or nothing. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Forget what they know them.
Yes, so.
Money is talking. Money is talking. Blessings on blessings. Forget what I know them. Yes. Agbabola. How much is money? Balling. Premium or nothing. Now you know.
Yes, so. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Yes, so. Thank you. Okay, it's enough for ladies. I know. I beg. Wait. Thank you. Okay, who won? Me. Who won? I'm holding Michael. I told you there's giveaway after. Better vote for me, oh. Who won? Okay. Hey, wait. I beg, let me ask one person I know that's truthful. Who won? Thank you. Okay. So we have a powerful... my global is asking me a question. Let me answer after this one, please, ma. Okay. Thank you so much. Sinapola, thank you. And indeed, we have our next speaker who is going to talk about shattering stereotypes. But in one way, in what way? In the way that you have an idea, what do you do with it? If you have already an idea that you're working on, how do you scale it up? How do you make your company that you're working on structured? Today you've heard so many things. How to use your imperfection and become glorious. You've heard how to brand yourself. That opportunity, whether you are not, you look at your competitors and they are mighty names. You are an Abuloma babe. Abba, you don't shy away. If you need anything, call Lagos chapter. Ladies, I'm going for an interview. You go see Haley. You go see where. We might even be at that entrance waiting for you, hailing you. Hey! Right? Just to show you that you're worth it. If you went through Abuloma, you are worth it. You're the best of the best. You are quality. Do you understand? You are the best of the best of the best. So, that said, how do you become structured so that you're not the one saying, help me all the time. You're the one saying, how can I help? Tell me what to do. We're not beggars. We are helpers. We are supporters. No matter how small. It might be from service. It doesn't have to be money. Somebody asked me, must I work to become a board director? Why do I just want to work to earn money? And I said, yes. I work to earn money. I'm earning 10,000 now. But tomorrow I want to earn dollars. How do I do it? That's what we're trying to show you today. So, coming all the way from LBS, if you know what LBS means, that's Lagos Business School, is Dr. Stanley Ibeku. He is the lead research and learning Enterprise Development Center, Pan Atlantic University. Doctor, you are among powerful ladies. Can you see? You do agree? Okay. So while you're speaking, we'd like you to tell us, just a few minutes you've been here, give us one word that describes what you have seen.
I think I would say energetic. You want me to use the stage? All right. Energetic. Please, a round of applause for everyone. I know what it takes or what it means to have presentation after lunch, but don't worry. It's not going to be that long. We'll make it as short as possible, but we'd like to crave your indulgence while we have the discussion. Let's try and see if we can pick one or two things. All right. So, as introduced, we'll be speaking on the topic crafting a strategic plan for business growth. And I actually understand that we have different categories of persons. Those who may have one idea, you haven't started or not, are those who already have something, but you're looking to how to scale. So we try to compress the presentation. At any point in time, please feel free to call my attention while the lecture, or I'll call it a discussion, lasts. All right. So it's basically, that's my name. My name is Stanley Bick, as Ella introduced. So I work with Enterprise Development Center, Pan Atlantic University. Yes, same compound with Lagos Business School. While Lagos Business School is our business school for the Pan Atlantic University, Enterprise Development Center is for growing businesses, entrepreneurs of the Pan Atlantic University. All right. So briefly, like I mentioned, you can always call my attention at any point if you have questions, comments, or observations. And just to have a feel of how we plan the session, just 3 aspects. Number 1, we're going to talk about strategy. We'll discuss about the strategic planning process. We'll look at growth strategies, essentially for those who are looking to scale. This is where we will be discussing this. And finally, assessing the business environment. Don't bother. I know they look like big words, but we've been trying to make it as simple as possible. So this is actually the session plan, what we're going to discuss in these few minutes. So essentially, the expectation is at the end of this short presentation, we'll be able to see how we can generate business ideas and also start. I know this is critically important. I think, and I particularly liked the idea of this team, shattering stereotypes. And just to tell you that those of us in the business world or in the business schools can reliably tell you that we're not just starting to shatter the stereotypes. And I think I'll give a personal example. My dad is 92 plus 1 years. Yes, he will be 93 very soon. And he retired in 1991. So you can calculate. When he married my mom came in with, I think, primary school leaving certificate. Yes, but my dad did not try to restrict. Imagine marrying in 1949 and you still try to restrict your wife as the typical housewife without any education, without any trade at all. But my dad, as far back as then, had to send my mom to school. And I can tell you today, in my family, we have 3, not to boast, sorry. This is just a personal example, not necessarily to boast. So there are 3 of us with doctorate degrees, and others have at least master's degrees and leading different industries. My point is, my dad did not wait till 2024 to begin to shatter the stereotypes that the place of a woman, it is only in the room and in the kitchen. And maybe or maybe not, if my mom, because like I said, my dad retired in 1991. I think I haven't even entered primary school then. Yeah. So imagine if my mom did not go to school and have a trade, I can tell you we may not have gotten to where we are. That's by the way. So just trying to say that shattering the stereotypes did not just start today. And now that we have the opportunity, we should also even elevate it to higher. So we'll see how we can generate business ideas and start. Then secondly, how do we now make these ideas grow? And finally, we'll try to assess the business environment, because without proper business and without properly understanding the business operation, the environment that we operate, we might not be able to scale. And the first one is generating business ideas, especially for those who have not started anything. The question is now, how do I start? What do I even do? And we want to break it down. 3 aspects alone. Can we have one house, please? We're almost done. I can assure you that, but let's just make the most of the moment. So luckily, the abbreviation I'm going to use speaks to my name, XEI, Stanley Ejike Ibeku. But if you want to generate business idea, the first one is skills, unique skills. All of us in this room have unique skills. We have skills. Unique skills. That's the first one, which we're going to break down now. Unique skills. It could be either experiences. You may have had one experience or not. We encounter, especially women, most times might say, okay, fine, I went to market to look for a proper school bag for my child, and maybe the woman did not see what she likes, and she decided to start it as a passion. We've had cases of that. So it could be an experience. It could be for those of us who might be wanting to go into social enterprises, those enterprises that your major occupation is to make impact while also staying sustainable. It could be maybe because of a medical condition. You can translate that to business. That's experience. It could be maybe because of you have come for this either conference or reunion. You might have identified a particular maybe a particular experience. You can now translate that to a business idea. And the third one is interest and passion. All of us, we have one passion, one interest or the other. It could be cooking, it could be baking, it could be speaking as I'm doing. So we can translate that as business ideas, irrespective of what you're doing, irrespective of whether you have a 9-to-5 job, irrespective of whether your husband is a billionaire, irrespective of your husband has different enterprises. Who says that we cannot even do more than our husbands? So that is what we try to preach. So essentially, it could be true skills, those competencies, those things that you're able to do that maybe your colleague might not be able to do. The other one could be your experiences. And lastly, interest or passion. And now we want to break all these 3 down in terms of hobbies. And this speaks to your interests or passion. Hobbies, if you like, call them talents or any professional skills. Like I mentioned, who says that we cannot? If you love cooking a lot, why don't we turn that cooking into a business idea? And in the course of this session, we're going to talk about how we can even now start from this idea of turning our hobbies like cooking, crafting, or are you someone that tries to organize? Whatever you come, you try to organize, or you try to teach. Things like baking. You can start small, home-based catering or prep classes. So these are the ways we can be able to translate either our skills, our unique abilities, either experiences, or our interest and passion. All right. Now that we have seen that we can translate either our experiences, our skills, or our passion, interest, are you now ready to start? This is actually where the main question is. And it's quite easy. Yes. And most time when we say that starting a business might require, some persons try to interject. But as an entrepreneur, being forward-thinking on having that passion or being enthusiastic, optimistic that is going to turn out well, that is actually the starting point. So if you're ready to start, the very first thing that you need to do is to research the market. If you have decided that you want to turn that cooking into business, if you have decided that you want to turn that your writing skills into business, or maybe baking into business, you would need to ask questions. That's why we place the first one. Research the market. Find out the gaps. Find out the competitors. In your neighborhood, are there persons who are offering home-based catering? In your neighborhood, or even within your association, how many bakers are within this organization? I can see up to, I think you're more than 50 here already. That is a large market. As you're going to also see, we are going to see how we can start, because you mostly start with your family, your friends, your networks before you can now explode. So try to research the gaps. Do you have competitors? Are there people who are into baking? Are there people who are into maybe cooking within your neighborhood? Are there people who are into childcare services? Most of us are, I know, of course, we're all mothers, but I know that some really, really have that passion to take care of babies. Why don't we start childcare services on a small scale before we can blow it up? So the first one, you must seek knowledge, research the market and find out the gaps. And if you have competitors, what are they doing to be the leaders in their market? The second point is test the idea and gather feedback. So what this means is that when you now try to convert your skills, your experiences, and your passion into business, you don't just launch fully to the market. You will first test it. And how do you test it? If you bake that small cake, you can share some to even your family. You start from your family, your friends, those, your classmates. Why don't you? And there's nothing wrong in giving them for free. Can you just taste how does this taste and gather feedback? And trust me, it is when you test the idea, especially with your peers, your family, your friends, if you get the feedback, that will not help you to properly package your product. It could be maybe they can give you feedback on either the taste, or maybe they can tell you how you packaged it, the branding is not that right, and you can consolidate on those feedback before you launch into the market. And the next one is start small. So you mustn't go full-blown immediately. Start small. Again, the issue of FF, family and friends, comes in. If you do that small baking, if you're offering child services, if you're maybe preparing some home catering, you can start with your family and friends. And I repeat, networks, associations like this offers lots of opportunities. If you have started something, why don't you give your colleagues here, your classmates here, just advice? And social media, which is the last point on here, has now simplified how you can even market. On your WhatsApp status, you can post what you have done. For those of us into crafting, you love fashion, you can begin to craft. You can post on your social media, whether if you're on Instagram, if you're on Facebook, if you're on WhatsApp status. But the starting point is to start with your family, with your friends. I know what they say, that normally said that most times family and friends don't allow businesses to grow. That is a total fallacy. Thank God. I think someone just mentioned fallacy before I said it. Yes. Because most people say your family and friends. That is not correct. It depends on how you position yourself. If you tell your family and your friends that this is really business, they will respect your decisions and even help you for your business to grow. So like I said, start small. And in most cases, we prefer you start with your family, your friends, the networks like this, and leverage on social media, WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, and the rest. The next point is, again, this is related to the first one. You must use available resources. And today, I think I can beat my chest to say that most of us here have smartphones. Very simple. And these resources are free. You can check out Udemy. On YouTube, there are countless videos. So what this means is that maybe, let me use that for example again, maybe if your passion is cooking, baking, fine. Use resources, especially online, to up your skills or even learn new ones. And you don't need to pay anything. Most of these resources are free. All you need to do, probably data, which I believe is quite affordable at the moment. So we must utilize available resources online to learn more about those skills that we want to translate to business, or even learn new skills. All right. Of course, technology, maybe in terms of marketing, you can utilize e-commerce, but it now depends also on the stage of your business. So these are actually the essential steps if you now want to turn those your experiences, those your passion, those your unique skills when you want to start. These are actually the major steps that we can take. And like I mentioned, you don't need to do it all. Identify those who are already doing those things that you want to do. Network with them. There is nothing wrong in bringing down our ego to walk up to that woman selling something in your street. That's if what she's doing is in line or related to what you're doing. There's nothing wrong in maybe connecting with even your classmates who are doing similar things that you intend to do. Just network with them. They will definitely share their experiences. And with that, you can learn and even move higher. All right. We decided to make the last point, funds, because someone will say, how about the money to start? And like we say in business schools, the money is the least of the worry for any entrepreneur who wants to start. And that is part of also the shattering the stereotypes, because most times people say, how do I start a business? I don't have money. And that's also why I decided to make it as the last point, the funds. You don't need to break the bank to start. Remember, one of the processes is start small. Start small. And for funding, the very first one is savings. Yes, I know the economy of Nigeria might not permit us to do a lot of savings, but we can still start somewhere. So the very first funding, especially if you want to translate those ideas to business, is to start from your savings. The next is family and friends. Very critical. I'm sure if we have responsible family and friends, if you're able to sell your idea, they will be more than willing to support you. And there are some grants opportunities, and this is microloans. Most times we do not encourage startups, especially entrepreneurs, to go for loans. So that's even why we put microloans. But in most cases, we try to avoid loans. Loans is actually part of the growth or expansion strategy. But for a start, if we're aiming to start small, we'll prefer using a savings, family and friends, and grants where necessary. And these are a few ideas that we can consider in case we don't have something we're doing as side hustle or want to translate some of our skills into business. And number one is, like I mentioned, homemade food delivery or catering. So you don't need to start on a large scale. You can decide to be delivering at home, like I said, from your friends, for your friends and your family. Another one is childcare or tutoring services, especially for those of us who are really passionate about kids. Why don't we translate that into business? Freelance writing for those who like to write, speak, and all that. There are editing jobs online, freelance writing, there are ghost writing and all that. But like I said, you must learn. And okay, why don't you start online boutique? Most times when you put on something, people compliment, oh yeah, I like what you're wearing. Why don't you translate it so that those people who normally appreciate what you wear might want to get from you? And you don't need a physical store to start it. That is why we call it online boutique or craft shop. Then bakery, confectionery business. So these are a few ideas that we can easily start without breaking the bank. But like I said, these have just been generated on a general level. It is you who knows what your passion and interest is. It is only you who knows your unique skills, and it's also only you who knows what your passion or the experiences that you have heard before you can decide to do it. Okay, another one for fitness or health coaching. Most times you see some women, someone say you look very fit. Why don't you turn that as a business and tell your fellow women how they can also look fit? And like I said, you don't need to break the bank before you start this. All right. What is now strategy to you? This is the second and the last part of the presentation. Like I said, we're not going to spend much time. But I would love to hear to you when you talk about strategy. Now that we have seen how we can translate those are ideas, those are passion, what is now strategy before we even go to what we have? Can we have a microphone? What does strategy mean to you? Strategy. Yeah, I think there is this table. What is strategy? Especially when it comes to business, whether you have an idea or you already have a business. What is strategy? You can try. Yeah. Be
vulnerable. Well, I want to say it in a layman's language.
Prefer.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Like saying strategy is the ways I should do what I want to do.
Thank you. I like that. The ways I should. Please, a round of applause for her. The ways that you should do what you want to do. And then when you want to relate it now to business, the way that you want your business to grow or scale. Can we get one more before we proceed, please? One more. Okay. All right.
The manner, the methods that you want to do.
Manner, methods that we want to grow or scale our business. And that's beautiful. Please, a round of applause for her as well. Okay. Well, let me not bore you with, I have a very long definition, but I think I want to rely on what we got from the floor. So I will not, although you're going to get the slides anyway, so I will not bother you to see. But just like what she said, manner or way, the first point there is the direction and scope. The direction, how we want to either grow or scale our business. So, in other words, strategy is direction for your business. It is also the market, the scope, because whether you want to launch a new business or whether you want to scale a business, you need to understand the market that you're playing in. Maybe if you want to go physical, maybe you decide from launching from an online store to now a physical space, you need to understand that market. You need to understand the associations. You need to understand either the middlemen. You need to understand the regulations governing that market as well as the scope. And very important, remember, I do not think there is any business idea in the world now that is entirely new. Quote us anywhere. What people do is how to now package or make their business very unique. So what that means is that you must identify what distinguishes your own idea or business, and that is competitive advantage. And that is, it is only you who will be able to know what you're bringing to the table, why I should not patronize the child care services just opposite my house, and why should I come to your place. All right. Just in line with what our definitions, the strategy outlines those resources that we need to launch our business or scale our businesses. And those are classified in 4. Number 1 is the skills again. We must leverage on relationships. You must begin to see how you can build your relationships, whether with your potential customers, build relationship with suppliers, that's if you're doing things like products. And of course, if your business or idea requires you to know some technicalities, you must begin to learn on the technical side of it. Closely related to skills is also the competencies. If it's how you're going to manage your staff, if it's how you're going to do your bookkeeping, you must begin to develop this as well. Like I said, you cannot enter any business without understanding your environment. And briefly, we'll just run through this. Understanding both the stakeholders. For a particular business, you must identify the stakeholders. It could be your customers. It could be the government in terms of regulations and compliance, because they will determine what happens in your business. And finally, why should we have a business? Why should a business have a strategic plan? Remember, we started with identifying, generating business ideas and starting that business. We now talked about the strategy, but you need a plan. And in this case, strategic plan, either to grow your business or scale a business. So just like we said, strategic plan is just that direction that will guide us in moving to the next stage of a business, whether it is when we want to launch it or if we want to scale it. And essentially, so I'll just skip some of the few slides, which talks about strategic planning. All right. So these are the areas that strategic plans helps us. It will help us to define the business goals. It will help us to set realistic objectives, what we want our businesses to achieve, as well as the last point we made earlier, competitive advantage, what will now distinguish your business from others, and also help your business in finding direction. And we're getting to the last part where we can now craft a strategic plan for our business. And they're actually in 6 steps. Like I mentioned, you're going to get a slice, so we may not need to go through all of them in-depthly. But in business literature, you can see 5 processes, some 6, some 7, but we try to compress it into 6. But the first one is that you must have a vision and mission, because there has always been an argument on what constitutes vision and mission. So irrespective of whether you have a business or not yet, you must have a vision. And vision here represents that future goals, while the mission represents what your business currently stands for. And of course, we have few examples. Like I mentioned, vision is for future goals, where you want to see your business in the next 5 or 10 years or 20 years, while for mission, why your business exists, especially at the moment. And we have few examples. For a business like Franca's Cafe, as used as an example, the vision statement is to be the leading community cafe that inspires a healthier lifestyle by offering sustainable, organic meals in a warm and welcome environment. This is the future view of Franca's Cafe. But at the moment, her mission statement is to serve fresh, locally sourced, and organic food that nourishes both body and soul, while fostering a sense of community and promoting environmental friendly practices. Please forget about the long English. That does not mean that all vision or mission statements must be as this long, but we just wanted us to have an idea. If you don't have a vision or mission for your business yet, you must begin to craft one. So we may not be able to go to, we have like 3 or 4 examples in the slide, but just know that for vision statement, it represents that future view, a holistic view of where you want your business to be, while the mission statement only tells you about what your business is doing at the moment, the why. While vision is for the future, the mission is why your business at the moment. And of course, when you get a slice, you can see other examples as content. This is for a fashion business. We may not have time to go through it. Both the vision statement and the mission statement. We also have for a furniture business as well, the vision statement and mission statement. Like I said, this is the starting points if you want to develop a plan, if you want to scale your business or grow your business. Then, number 2 is you must do environmental scanning. Like we said, you can't just enter into the business without knowing the nitty-gritties. And environmental scanning is actually in 2 ways. Number 1 is internal analysis. And what this means essentially is that you must determine the right location in which you want to operate. Is your location, maybe, is it a place, for instance, where maybe when you want to venture into a business, do you start selling umbrella in the thick of Harmattan season? That wouldn't necessarily make sense. So you must know the location. Or are you going to establish a luxurious hairdressing salon in, someone said Elaje. Well, I didn't say that. Okay, Elaje Gunle. Okay, that didn't come from me, but maybe that is the kind of idea. Are you going to establish a luxurious salon in Ajegunle? Apologies. Then maybe, let's say Lekki or Victoria Island. So you must determine the right location for your business and also start from the one to plan about your structure. Are you the one who is going to be the accountant? Are you the one who is going to be the human resources manager and all that? And of course, you must get the right talents. But of course, this is when your business begins to grow. So that is for the internal. The external one, which is not necessarily under your control in most cases, speaks about market forces. You must determine the key players in any market you want to do. Then, who are your competitors? What is it that they are doing differently that people are making it to patronize them? And the 5th one is strategy formation. But essentially, those first 4 are actually the key ones. This is basically how you're going to now implement those strategies that you have listed. And this actually has, you must define practical steps. You must allocate resources in terms of time and talent and also priorities. Remember, in businesses, you might decide to start from one product, but you must determine the one product that you can start with. that can move the market. So that is it on certain priorities. And the sixth one is closely related to the formulation, is now the implementation. And the key point here is that people make it happen. So if it's not necessarily a one-man business for a start, if you're hiring anyone, you must make them to understand that the business is actually about them. Because at the end of the day, it is people that will make it happen. So what this means is that if you're going to have staff, or even if you have staff at the moment, I know in some cases some persons come to our office and they say, my staff will attend to you. We don't necessarily encourage that. There's nothing wrong in calling, say, my colleague and all that. So we must have inculcates in those that work with us that they make it happen. And that is if we respect them, even though, yes, we know we have boundaries, but making those staff to even know that they own the business. Okay, and this is actually the sixth one, which is, like I mentioned, in some other strategy, you can see 5, 6, 7, and the rest. Okay, the last point here is feedback and control. You must accept feedback in your business. It is because of this feedback that we even try to innovate. And we do not take the feedback, especially from clients. Yeah, there can be sometimes some clients might give feedback that maybe in a very rude manner, but like they said, customer is always the king. Just accept the feedback and work on either your product or the services. And the last part of the presentation is now, especially for those looking to scale, growth strategies. So we have a number of them, but for the purpose of this session, we are looking at market penetration. So this is essentially, if you have a product or service, look within your market. There is something that you still need to do with your existing product or market for you to make more sales. If you have a product, could it be in terms of your packaging or your branding? So this is not you going to develop a new product. For your existing product, you must penetrate that market. Maybe the market share of your particular market, you are just occupying 1%. Nothing stops us from moving from 1% to 5%. But what that means is that you must be able to reinvigorate your products and services. What are you doing well? What are you not doing well? Could it be in terms of branding? Could it be in terms of packaging? Could it be in terms of marketing for you to be able to penetrate the market that you're playing in? Then the second one is product development or new product development. As a growth strategy, you should be able to grow from one product or one service to 2, 3, 4, unless you decide to stay on that particular product or service. But what that means is that you will now leverage on the first one, which is market penetration, to be able to make that product or service better. But if not, you can consider developing new products, and this is basic. This usually comes from feedback. Very important. Another growth strategy is diversification, which is closely related to new product development. While product development here is that maybe you're into cosmetics, for instance, and you're only making cream, you can decide to start making soaps. But diversification is entirely, you're leaving the cosmetics entirely to enter into furniture. That's if you can, but you must have made your research. Another growth strategy is franchising. There are some brands that are doing well. Nothing stops you by going to get license and establish maybe that shop in your locality, especially for established brands. So that is actually a growth strategy that you can leverage on. While the fifth one, and very key, is collaboration and partnerships. In this room, I know that apart from those who have 9 to 5, we have others who are doing other things. How many of us in these rooms have maybe thought it wise to even collaborate with others who are doing something similar? You can never underplay the power of collaborations, the power of partnerships. And it's a critical growth strategy, whether you want to grow or you want to scale. And you can start with the immediate environment. Find out those who are doing similar things. Even if not similar, find out those who are doing complementary services. Maybe if you're into catering of food, are there your mates who are into logistics that you can partner with? Are there those that you can partner with to supply you with the raw materials needed for your cooking? So this is very key. You need to collaborate and partnerships. And that keyword that they say, it is no longer about competition, but collaboration and partnerships. So like we mentioned, these are essentially 5, there are numerous of them, but these are key growth strategies, whether you're looking to grow or to scale. And I believe, remember, it actually lies in your hand to be able to know the one that fits in, especially to what you're doing, whether you're at that growth stage or you're the scaling stage. All right? So I may not bother. We've actually spoken on some of these. The part that we talked about, assessing the business environment, knowing the internal, doing internal analysis and external analysis. So these are some professional ways or tools. I'm sure we must have heard about SWOT analysis. Very important. You must determine the strengths, the weakness, the opportunities and threats of your business. This is what you can do on your own. And there are other tools or methodologies, including pestle analysis, and you can read up that in case you're not familiar with them. There's also another one, Potter's 5 Foxes. This will help you to be able to see where you are at the moment and how you can leverage on the emerging opportunities and also the threats in your business. All right? This is a typical, what I just explained, the SWOT analysis on the strengths, the weakness, and the opportunities as well as. So, remember, we'd like to end this session with some quotes. This is Michael Porter, father of strategy. The essence of strategy is choosing what not to do. So apart from having strategy of doing what we need to do to progress, the also essence of strategy is choosing what not to do, as have by Michael Porter. We also have another one by Maurice Chance. And if we have any questions, we may now entertain them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ibeko. Can I call you Dr. Stanley? Would that work? Thank you, Dr. Stanley. Thank you so, so much. Ladies, do you agree that was great? Was it worth waiting for? And there's still more that's coming from, you know Lagos Business School, don't you know? And you have EDC, right? He's telling me EDC and Pan-African University. Oh, Pan-Atlantic. It's not Africa, Atlantic University. So it is, my dear, you pay 2 million, 5 million for such sessions that he has given to you like this. So, right? It's not free of charge. Courtesy of Lagos chapter. Thank you. So yes, questions, correct? Even if I pass everybody, I know fit my go back and said she must ask her question. So I'm coming to Senior Dama.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's actually a comment. I'm a proud alumni of SEM 5.
Oh, wow.
EDC.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Please, a round of applause for SEM. Nice.
And I can give the testimony to this training from your institution. I want to encourage anybody in business to partner with them and attend the course. It was a life changer for me. The question I would ask, which you didn't say, because, it's part of what they taught us, and it was something that they came about where they said, when you teach how to, sorry, I have the chewing in my mouth, vision and mission statements.
Yeah.
And I remember one of the things they had observed, even though they taught us to do it, that it was observed that if every entrepreneur thought about the full process, they probably would never have started. What do you say about that? Thank you.
All right, so do we take them? If every entrepreneur have thought about the full process, they probably wouldn't have started. I think just like the statement sounds, and that's actually why we try to clarify between vision and mission. Essentially, just like the examples we indicated, maybe the first example is the food business, Franca's Cafe, who wants to be serving organic foods. Her vision, long-term goal is to see how maybe every community would live healthier and sustainable life using or leveraging on food that are healthy. But at the moment, what Franca is trying to serve is maybe fresh organic juices. You would agree with me that if at the present moment he or she is able to, let me say, meet the vision, meet that goal, then there is no point of starting. So what that also means is that as you're progressing in your business life, you need to invent and reinvent before you're now able to meet that future goal, essentially. Because if you get it at the point, that very point, then there's no point of starting. But definitely, with that increment, with learning and innovation, then the entrepreneur will be able to meet that goal. I hope I'm able to provide.
Fantastic. Dr. Stanley, they have sold your program. You have to pay us now. The best market is an advocate. You know that. The same way all of you now are going to advocate for Lagos chapter. If you have not joined Lagos chapter group, you're missing. If you're in your set alone, this is part of the things you're missing. Network is your worth, or is it network is your worth, or what not? You understand? So you were listening. I wanted to make sure you were listening all this while. One more question, please, and then we'll take it. Yes.
Thank you, Doc, for your presentation. I keep wondering, we go to all these Lagos school, business schools to learn.
Yeah.
Can you tell me how that Igbo man in the markets, in the Dumota market, in Onitsha market, how have they been able to grow very big businesses, import containers, without knowing all these strategies? What are we really supposed to learn from them?
Thank you very much. And I guess you're referring to One House, Please, Igbo apprenticeship system. In fact, someone said something. Yes, it's a school on its own. It's been recognized. Even in Harvard, just like in Macy's, it's actually a school on its own. So one can decide maybe to go to Harvard, Lagos Business School, EDC, but even in the scholarly one, literature, the Igbo apprenticeship system and even other cultural apprenticeship system is recognized as a school on its own because they have structures, just like you have persons, you send someone from the village, you hand him over to the Oga. There are rules and regulations that the person will have to respect for the duration of his apprenticeship. That itself is cool. It's just that it has not really been properly structured or formalized. But just like she mentioned, it is gaining a lot of attention. In fact, at Lagos Business School as well, there is now a book that is to be, I think it's been launched already, on Igbo apprenticeship system. So what this means is that, yes, while the Harvard Business School, our institution might be the formal business school or formal training, the Igbo apprenticeship system, as well as other cultural apprenticeship systems, are also recognized as training structures. But maybe we need to see how we can make it more attractive so that people don't want to, okay, I want to go to Harvard, I want to go to EDC, I want to go LBS, but also embrace that one. But thanks so much for that observation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If you have not watched Afame Fula, then you may not understand what he's... Ahame Funa, then that means that Netflix. Yes, I watch it sometimes. Sorry? Yes, I know. I'll call him up. So yes, and that's the power of what we do. Even that person, I'm not trying to stereotype now. Hey, Dr. Stanley, I felt a bit stereotyped. When you said examples of things, you say catering, child, this thing. Why you not call mechanic? Why you not call all those? We have shattered those things. Have we not shattered them? Thank you. Tell us pilots. Tell us all those things.
Just briefly.
Catering.
Just briefly. In fact, last two weeks, I sat on a panel where 7 female tech won $10,000 each from Standard Chartered Bank. So what this means is that it's not just, I just use this basic example, but women are doing great, both in technology and all that.
When we call you next year, I beg, shatter that presentation. No. Great, great, great. Now, that's not all they have to offer you. We had to dig deep. We had to research. They are about, and there's something else we are. The point of this program is that next year, just like Sodoma had just come up here and made an advocate that it changed her mindset. We hope that this program will change your mindset about something. We know that this program will make you begin to do some things differently. And you're going to be our success story. So in 1 year, we challenge you, be our 2 success stories, minimum. So that we will present you here and you tell us, after listening to Dr. Stanley, after listening to the panel, after listening to tax, after listening to the investment, I have moved my business from my kitchen, a part of my kitchen, to a flat on Banana Island. Yes, that is the power you have. Our global president is here to back you up. Our Lagos chapter president is here to fire you up. So please, 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 use your network well. Use your network here. You're a CEO of your organization. Though you're not small. When they say CEOs, you raise your hand proudly. Yes, yes, yes. That's what we're trying to do. Now, EDC has also said there's something we give out for free just to help you. And I'm going to call, not everything. That's why he said money is the list of things you worry about when you have the idea. And so I'm going to call on Emmanuel Alabi, they have a program and he's going to talk about it. 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Emmanuel Alabi. I'm the coordinator for the...
Climb up, please?
Yeah, so I'm the coordinator for the Lagos State Transforming Nigerian Youth Program. All right, so I'll give you a little brief of the Transforming Nigerian Youth Program. So it's a program organized by the Enterprise Development Center in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. So with this program, we are looking to build a network of vibrant entrepreneurs with a special focus on women aged 18 to 35. All right. So with the program, of course, women in the MSMEs. So the program has 3 primary objectives. Number 1 is to transform our youth's mindset. All right. So we are looking to inspire them to embrace entrepreneurship. And while doing this, we are looking to equip them with the skills that improves their employability. I mean, for people that are probably not going to end up being entrepreneurs, but instead manage businesses for other people. And we're also looking to develop their management capabilities. So with this, we are looking to enhance their management capabilities to be able to scale their businesses, to be able to access markets, and to be able to create employment for other people. So the third objective is for stakeholder collaboration. So with this, we are, through different advocacy programs, we are looking to create markets for this product that these entrepreneurs are building, right? We are looking to do this through different avenues, such as marketplace events, different exhibitions. So we're able to do all of this. We're able to achieve these objectives by delivering different modules of different business modules that helps intending entrepreneurs to start, existing entrepreneurs to also scale and structure their businesses. So these modules includes operations management, strategy, financial accounting, customer service management, also access to markets as a course on its own. So we have 2 different pathways with which we deliver these modules. The first one is the online pathway. So participants are able to learn at their own pace. They're able to register and they get onboarded to learn at their own pace. The second pathway is the physical pathway, which we have codenamed the community learning. With this pathway, we bring together a cluster of women and we deliver the modules over a period of 3 days from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And of course, they get fed for the 3 days. All right, they get fed for the 3 days. Thank you very much. All right, so after this, the program is actually in 2 phases. So the first phase is the training phase, where we deliver the different modules. After which, we move on to the second phase. The second phase starts with a growth plan. So the growth plan is like an assessment that these women, the few, that kind of give us an insight into how they hope to run their businesses going forward. So the growth plans are actually graded in-house. And for people who are successful, they get paired with SMIDAN certified business development service providers for a period of 3 months, where they are able to work with these business developers one-on-one for free for 3 months. So while working, these business owners actually are entitled to certain incentives. So the incentives includes business registration for free, product registration, marketing aids in terms of, say, flyers, in terms of roll-up banners, in terms of social media advertisements, and all of these are actually for free. So depending on the individual business need. All right, so going forward, we've been able to, since inception, right, we've been able to train about 150,000 youths in Nigeria. And the program has really, really impacted youths in Nigeria. So in this month of October, actually, we are focusing more on people with special needs. So our physical training, the community learning, is actually geared towards people with special needs. So we are looking to collaborate with people, especially those working in the social sector, who are able to mobilize for us. So we'll be available to take your contact if you are able to bring together women living with disabilities or with special needs, as they say it is now. All right, so we are looking to do that throughout the month of October, and we really appreciate anyone here that would be willing to collaborate with us to do that. Thank you very much. Yes, it is free, totally free. You're not expected to pay anything for all of this.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Sisters, I don't know if you understand. You know, I manage an academy for now. To run a 2-day program, feeding, you're paying as close as 500,000. These people are going to work with you, help them at that age to become stars, to become people that are focused, to become millionaires, to become people that would think on their feet and help you. And man, I think they deserve that clap, please. Again, I told you that we want this to be a success, not just a program. You have come, you have gone. First and foremost, you agree with me that all you have received, whatever you paid, didn't cut it, Abi? It didn't cut it. In short, please, my Lagos chapter president, please stand up. It's not easy. I beg. She no easy. Thank you. Yes, so we love you. So they can pay me. We love you. Okay, great. And because of that, my president said, it's not for us to just come and do program, people go. We just gave you a taste of what happens at LBS. And we said, a business that has been advertised, a business that has been in Lagos chapter, pay their dues, and has been advertising, has been pushing. Somebody has to win a training from Lagos, win something from LBS, and get started so that becomes one of our success stories, at least, you know what I mean, that we have supported. And so I'd like to call this president of ours to come, Lagos chapter president, CSI, to come, please, on the stage. You can't stand with me on the stage, please.
Thank you, everybody. Really, I'm exhausted, but I know we're all having a great time and we're learning. Joyce. So today is not just about learning, it's about putting to practice what we have learned. Titi is here as the LOC chair. We're having our AGM tomorrow. So again, I'll remind us, it is not about the chapter, it's also about the national. But Lagos chapter decided today, you know when we say register, pay these your dues, chicken money you 2K every month, people are there making noise. Meanwhile, how much you used to make up your face? I don't understand. Anyway, on the side notes, please join the chapter, pay your dues, advertise your business. And there's one person that stood out. You know, the ESCO and I said it's just not about coming to here. Let's partner with EDC. That's why EDC is actually here. We're going to pick up a program that is specific to the lady in question. Why are we picking her? She pushes. She sends her business out. On Wednesday, she markets her business. We have digital on the market days. Exactly. That's why I call secretary. Now I'll make mistake. My phone is ringing. Mm-hmm. So we'll be calling on Rita Akpojaro of Riz Rise. Riz Rise. Today we said, expect the unexpected. We have not finished, though. There are more goodies coming. My dear sister, but let's call her an ex-Abuloma babe, will be coming to do her own shortly. But Rita, please come up. She didn't expect this. She was saying she's not sure she's going to come. I said, please come and try and come early. I told her that. But I know that when we said this, everybody in the ESCO said it has to be Riz Rise. She pushes. She's the Riz Rise, yes. So, and when I heard yes, so congratulations, Rita. Later, I'll hand you over to Gochi and then to the EDC people. They will work out the program. It will be fully funded by Lagos chapter with some of our sponsors. And of course, EDC will give us a major discount. Yeah, that's it. Wait. There will be one more person that will win this prize, and we'll post it on the platform later. I don't know who yet. They're still looking at it, but she came up as an obvious winner. Yes. On that note, I don't want to round up quickly. I'll be calling on, I think, Echo, one of our sponsors. They want to come and do something, one giveaway like that for us all. Thank you.
Great. So that's why we say pay your dues, join the Lagos chapter, advertise on Mondays and all. So my president has done it, but you know what? I'd like to reintroduce Titi. Titi is the LOC. That means that she made sure that this whole event, Titi, are you listening to them? They don't know you. Stand here. She is the LOC chairman. That means that for AGM and for this, she ran around. That's why she's wearing jeans today. She's not dressed at all. She's ready to roll. Please, can you give her a clap? Thank you. Do you want to say something?
Just thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for keeping that attendee room very exciting. My prof, as usual. Thank you, everybody that came. We appreciate you all. In these times that it costs so much, you took the time to come. And I trust the days have been exciting. You've enjoyed Lagos, and you are going to get a taste of Lagos tonight.
This taste. After tasting, visit Exclusive Smiles. Oh, hey. You're mixing a bakery with bakery and kokoro and all the different things. Again, when we started this association, there were pillars. Do you agree? These people stood down, started to put the structure together. They started to put the arm, the leg. I learned it from my ancestors. I have 4 elder sisters. I learned it from them. I'm still young. I'm not sure I even watched it. But if you remember Voltron, I formed the hand, I formed the leg, right? I learned it from my sisters. I don't know what it is. I don't know what that means. But they were the ones that started putting the hand, the leg, to form and make sure that we had this association. And they handed over something to those that have done it now and what you're seeing. I like to, I see her in this circle and she looks 23. She looks 15. I have to tell the people that I work with when she comes, I didn't meet her in school, oh. If you call me madam, I didn't meet this one in school. And she is. You go, forgive me. Eno Iniwori Kabo, former BOT. Former BOT member. Please stand up. Thank you. Please come forward. Please. I think you should even climb up. Let them see you. Other people are standing. Please climb up. Thank you. When Lagos chapter did not have place to meet, we used to meet in her house. We'll come. She will cook everything and make sure that we were there. So we say thank you. I didn't follow. I'd like to call on Ogechi out. Please, I can't even put senior because senior is too small. Do you understand? So forgive me if I just call the name straight up. Ogechi Outrade. Hey, I hope I got it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please to the stage. Thank you. I don't know if I'm missing anybody else. Okay, so I'm going to call on Ego Madubuke. Hey. Forgive me. Thank you, please. Yes, please come. Former BOT member. Please. Yes, we recognize you. We thank you. See, if my global president can stand up, I don't know. Should I fly? Yes. Right. So, hey, this is serious. So, Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you. This our PRO is checking for camera. This is our PRO for Lagos Charter. She's checking to make sure. Do you know how to wear this? The muffler. It says the F stays on the right. So if you look at your own, if your own no correct. Let me check first too. So as I was saying, it should be on the right. Yes. So, is your own correct? I am correct, so you need to be correct. Great. So, thank you very much. We are so glad you said yes. You started it up. You took it upon yourself and you made sure that this happened. And today, I hope you are proud. You look at us and say, "Yay, that's my association." Please, I'd like one of you to please say a word.
Good afternoon, my amazing sisters. That's what I call all of us. We've come this far to the extent that sometimes one of you will just come and meet me and say senior, and I don't even remember the person, but the person remembers me, Honestly, I love you guys, and it's an amazing thing that we are here. And this is a legacy that we have to leave for generations to come from Abuloma. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sisters. I never forget the meeting that Lagos chapter we had at Sheraton, Ikeja. And at that meeting, it was like, should we pack up? People don't come for meetings. And a few of us took it up and made sure that we registered, we opened an account, and see what has become of us. I really appreciate the executives. It's not easy. And if you are a member and you just sit and read what is posted, we need you. We need your potentials. We need you to join hands and build up our Old Girls Association. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. In short, I don't think I deserve being here, but all glory to God. It was really not an easy start. Right in Abuja, we struggled. I used to be the only one that we come to the no, leave it for now. So to the joint where we do meet, or where I proposed that we do meet. I'll come sit, buy donuts, buy malt, but I will take all of them alone. I keep on calling, please, visiting houses. But today, you see where we are. All to the glory of God. In short, I'm really very, very, very grateful and appreciative that I should be called up here to be appreciated. I appreciate all of you. Love you.
And let me just add here, the whole process started at Nyenge Awani's wedding. That was where we started, where we met. Yes, and she's here right now. Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. I mean, somebody called ancestors. I didn't follow. It's not me. Oh. But you know, this is a rare opportunity. Oh, living legends. Legends for life. So this is a great opportunity and we shouldn't just joke with it. I'd like to invite the global president and also the Lagos chapter president to please go and take a picture with them. Please. The camera, are you ready? It's 2 minutes. We're going after this into the giveaways. Let me give you a tip while they're coming up. Hold your phone, oh. Hold your phone ready. Get ready. If you don't have internet, beg Radisson Blue to give you Wi-Fi now. Get your phone out. Are you seeing something on stage? You know those beautiful ladies taking picture, right? So there's some gifts out there and more. Taste of Lagos, they come. Get your phone out. I didn't say to take picture. But if you want to take picture, great. But get your phones ready. We are about to do this giveaway. And guess who is giving? It's even my school daughter. And let me post small. Yes, so hey, we are powerful. That is my global president. Hold on, we're going to do one more. We're going to count 1, 2, 3, and you do something funny. Yes. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3. Fantastic. Thank you. I would like to call on Etulan. Etulan Ipoki. Yes. See, they said to allow me, who allow us here. Yes, she's my school daughter. Forget that she's big like this. She's my big two daughter. Right. So, Etulan, I hear that you are a shaker and mover. Yes. And that you are saying, I must give these things away. I have sponsored and I want to bless my sisters. So do you have your phones? Can I see your phones? Fantastic. Log in.
Thank you, my school mother. Sinogochi was my school mother. She was very nice to me. You know, it was Rufus Obi. I used to go there for provision and things, and escape from wicked seniors. So she was good. And I really must congratulate the Lagos chapter. This is awesome. I mean, putting this together. The president happens to be married to my brother. And I'm so happy that we're here today. So now, I work for a company called Burn Stoves. My madam is here, Habiba. My madam in clean cooking. So we are the biggest manufacturer and distributor of clean cooking stoves. So you have charcoal stoves, you have wood stoves, LPG, EPC. So we have 4 charcoal stoves to give out today. These are clean cook stoves. So you use, the amount of charcoal you use with a traditional cook stove, with our stoves, you use half the amount. So it saves you money. It does not smoke. You can cook with it in your kitchen. Habiba, are you with me there? Mm-hmm. So I want to give out, stoves. So now I was thinking, how we do it? How we do it? Because there are so many chapters. And my school mother gave me a brilliant idea. She said 3 stoves should go to alumni. Are you there? Then this Lagos chapter, we have to, do something special for them. They will have 1 category. So 2 small stoves and 1 big stove will be in the alumni. So if you're not in the alumni group, it's a good idea to join now. Because I'll be asking 4 questions. Fastest finger who puts the correct answer in the idea, that person will win. So if you're not in alumni group, you can use if you're not in the Lagos chapter group, now will be a nice time to add yourself. You cannot add yourself. Wisdom demands that you go to the ESCO and beg them ever so humbly to add you to the group. Okay. So please, I will need my beautiful sister. You tell me who the first winner is in the alumni group. Are you ready for question number 1? No, alumni, 3 questions. So I'm in question. So now it talks about good evening. Good evening. So alumni, are you ready? So you are going to write the name of this person. Yes. She was one of the best. She was one of the good principals. Very cutesy. Very demure. Very English speaking. Are you there? Who is that principal? Hold on. Who is the winner? Who is the first person?
The winner is, there's so many privacy names, but I will go with the full name. The first person wrote Agu, but no, that's not how we operate here. I'm sorry. So we have Mrs. Hold on. No, it's not like that. I don't know about that. Sorry. Aww, see some people. Okay, so we have the closest is Mrs. Adake Agu. Yes. No, but that's too far now. I didn't even see Chief. So the winner of that Mrs. Adake Agu is Auntie Lou FGGCA. But you know what? That person is actually Lagos chapter. So the closest to it will be Orema. Doesn't matter. Oh. I'm sorry. You should put, English language goes this way. In fact, you all fill the questions. It should be Dr. Mrs. A.K. Ago. Are you there? But out of the good... we don't even know about that one. Hey, you should have put Auntie now. Calm down. We have to give Ore 2 gifts. The winner is actually her. Oh. Okay.
So gas is very expensive now. The other day, I bought gas. The person living with me said, "Madam, the gas." I said, "What do you mean by the gas has finished? You lie. The gas can't finish because of the cost of gas." So I use my charcoal stove to boil my beans, corn, and stuff like that. Okay, are you ready for the second question? Huh? Alumni. 3 questions for alumni. Please. You have to wait for me to finish asking before you press. Okay.
This is for the alumni group, so
yes.
Go to the alumni.
So there are, Sister Chinwe, please. Okay. Okay, the next question. When you go to Abuloma school, the guardian, there's a statue there. What is her name? What is the name of that statue? The fastest finger, Chinwe, can you help me? Who answered? Carol is who? Kumo? Kumo? Carol? Kumo won for Carol. Please, who is Kumo? Ah, Barakumo! Hey! Hey! Carol the reader.
From Port Harcourt chapter. From Port Harcourt chapter.
Port Harcourt chapter.
Picture. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to the big stove.
Alumni group. Still in the alumni group.
Okay.
Alumni group.
Alumni.
This is alumni.
There was one when we were in school. You know that time they say IK boys are coming. I was a junior then. I used to do all those things. So come, you see seniors when push up. I'm like, what is going on? Why are you when they push? IK boys are coming. Anyway, there was a game they used to. Are you there? There's a game. What is that game? The game in the region. What is that game? What are the abbreviation? What is the abbreviation of the game? Who is the answer? Who got it?
It is now CAIIPO, not CAIPO.
Okay. So if you wrote CAIPO, you're wrong. CAIIPO. Who won it? Woohoo! But can you call all the names? Just tell us the.
Alaba, Abuloma, Ikotefene, Ikot Abasi, Port Harcourt, and Owerri.
Mic drop. Thank you very much.
During our own time, there was no Ikota Abasi.
Well, we have to stay with what it is as at now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Please, as the vice president of the Lagos chapter, she has won and we celebrate her. This is now going. If you don't like it, go to court. Hi. So now we are going to the Lagos chapter. Hello, ladies. Ladies. We are now going to Lagos chapter group.
What?
Now, fastest finger in Lagos chapter group. Any member, anybody can answer. You are qualified in Lagos chapter. And if you're paying your dues, please go on.
Please, if you win and you have not been paying your dues, we'll give it to the next one.
All right. The question.
Okay. So how many Lagos chapter members do we have here? You are a financial member by faith for this particular. Then you pay your dues after. Just give me a minute. I'm consulting with the elders.
Okay, are we ready? Are we ready? Etilan, are we ready? Are you ready?
Not yet.
Are you in the Lagos chapter? Let me call the financial person. Have you paid your dues?
Okay. So this. I really want to thank the people, the sisters who started this thing. It's not easy. And, they said they went to Sheraton. I was just saying, Ada, you go to Sheraton, people would not come after paying Sheraton. Ha! Anyway, so some chapters, there are Abuloma girls everywhere, all over Nigeria, even in the diaspora. But there are some active chapters. How many active chapters do we have?
Fastest finger. Lagos chapter. Who is the fastest finger?
So the answer.
Our president should please let us know. Our global president. Who is who is the fastest finger?
So national president, please. What is the answer? 6. So who is the Rita? Who is Rita? Rita. Today is your day. Today is your day. I'm very happy for you.
Let me follow this anointing and it will be another thing.
Please. Please come. Please. You see, I'm so happy she came. You can imagine if your enemies come. So happy for you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So imagine that I almost missed today. It can't happen again. Nobody will encourage me. I will encourage myself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And do you know the beauty about these things? Port Harcourt chapter, I will come to you. This is the Federal Government Girls College Abuloma Old Girls Association. And we are breaking stereotypes, are we not? We are ladies. When we step out proudly. When we talk proudly. When we are in a meeting, they know that a personality entered. Don't you agree? So in this gathering, we have just celebrated winners. Right. Agreed? So, that said, did you realize that there were chapter presidents that won these awards? We had Bielsa, am I correct? Is that how you nod head? Chairperson, stand up now, no easy. We had Port Harcourt, chairperson. And then the host that was giving away, Lagos chapter chairperson too. You are among those that gave away. Now stand up and say, thank you. And we celebrate the other chapters. Ladies, have we not had fun? Have we not had fun? Recognize you, Joyce Daniels. I was telling Joyce, they say speak up. Or next time I won't be doing this. When we have a powerful speaker. She was so powerful that I went to a gathering. I was with my sister. And she said, oh, that lady is powerful. She's great. And we're just going. I said, who is that? I know her now. She's in my school. Yes. She's an old girl. She's an old girl. She posing anyhow. All right? But that's what I'm saying. You have a skill. You have a what they call it? Talent. Thank you, ma. A talent. Don't hide it. Put it out there. And be a blessing to a sister. When it's a sister event, don't charge that high. Joyce, did you hear us? I'm just saying. When it's a sister event, the thing is this. When you help a sister to succeed, you succeed. So help a sister, right? Go out of your way. Sisters, they say I should leave you people so I can get ready for Taste of Africa in Lagos. But before we go, I would like to call on the... when we asked for strategy, definition of strategy, and they said I should go to the head of the heads, and that it's only the head of the heads that must answer. The head of the heads say, take it to this one. You put that to the right, her right. And that was the national vice president, or the global vice president of the association. So please come and give us and thank us. See, she wore it for her president. So
hello, sisters. What an awesome day it has been. I'm so full. That's the word I'll use. I'm so full. I can't thank you all enough. The speakers, both from inside and outside, they've been awesome. We've learned so much today, and the most important thing is takeaways. I mean, you can receive them and everybody just goes back to sleep. It shouldn't be that way. I would like to just add a few words quickly, advocating the power of the network. We have such great potential, sisters. I'm always saying this. I mean, Oge will tell you, the first time Lagos was trying to restart, I told them, no way, no position for me. Just leave me as class rep. But you tell yourself, who are you leaving? Who are you passing on the responsibility to keep something going? Why should you pass on the responsibility, your responsibility, to somebody else? And that's why I took a position. And I'm hoping, the way Senior Enoch will leave, I also want to be able to leave, but to leave it stronger, to somebody that will make it bigger and better. When the guy said they had something for something to 35 years, we all screamed. But I'll tell you something about EDC. When they started, everybody paid. By the time they were doing SEM 6, they had gotten their first grant to sponsor 10,000 women from Goldman Sachs in the US. And I'm saying that because we keep saying in this association, there's a problem. We're always like, people think the money comes from somewhere else. That's the mindset with a number of us, and it's wrong. Somebody cannot give you money until you have shown them what you can do with what you have. So if we want a situation where they will give to beyond 35 and 50, as Choma has said, raise your hand, let your voice be heard. Nobody will hear it on your behalf if you don't say it. So I just want to leave that as we say thank you to the speakers, our board of trustees. God bless you all for guiding us right, both the past and the current, the chapter chairs that came on. In fact, I'm so grateful to everybody that came from far and wide. In this economy, you made that extra effort. God bless you all and replenish your pockets. The courageous men that were in our midst, I think they were very courageous. I really want to thank them. What else am I thanking? Okay, that's all. And of course, Lagos chapter. I'm Lagos chapter. I'm thanking me. Chinwe, you know I love you. Ugochi, troublemaker. Titi, Ugochi is a troublemaker. I'm telling you all, if people don't know. Titi, Mana, Otonye, Peace Green, the Fola, Omo. In fact, you can't get anything better than what you have in Lagos chapter. They are better, sure, but I'm partial. I'm Lagos first. As I tell them, I'm Lagos first before it became national. So I just really, really want to thank every single one of you for taking out the time to be here, both the Lagos chapter people, the non-Abuloma people, the people that came, that volunteered their time to help out. I really want to thank each and every one of you. Please, it's not over. We have Taste of Lagos at Amber Residence tonight, and tomorrow we have the AGM proper. Whatever you've done here, if you don't come for the AGM tomorrow, then it's just mouth, because it is at the AGM we're going to plan what next. How can we make it better? So I just want to say a big thank you, and God bless you all. God bless us all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We do appreciate that. And you see what they have said. They were, was able to hand over to somebody. That person was able to hand over, and that's how it's happening. The next elections for the chapters are about to take place very soon. Will you be there? Will you choose the right person so that at the end you won't be complaining? These are not doing anything. They're not doing anything. Come and choose the right person. Be there. We need you. Okay? So ladies, even though I don't want to go, I was really enjoying your company, but we have to. But before we go, you cannot leave. I need you all to stand and let us sing our school song, and then we'll have a prayer. Hang on. So, Mr. Raji, are we ready? Lay out stands the seed of education, Federal Girls College, laborer. One more time. People wait for the music now. Thank you.
On the road to Abuloma, beyond trams and Marilea, stands the seat of education. Federal Girls College,
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies. And we take our closing. Don't go yet. We're going to take a group picture on the stage. So please, we're going to do a closing prayer now. Please, closing prayer. Mr. Raji, closing prayer, please. Please, we remain standing. Closing prayer. When we're praying, you do not move. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So please, let's come on stage. Ushers, please, we need some seats. Get us like 5 seats. Like 10 seats. Ushers, we need your help. Get us like 10 seats, please. No, bring it forward. Bring it forward. Bring it forward. Bring it forward. No. Behind her, so that good. People can, I guess.
Who told you want to climb this thing?
Should be where? It won't be too high. Mr. Cameraman, please come and arrange us. Come. I wanted us, some people can sit here, right? And some people can sit on the seats, and then the people can stand to take everybody now. What do you think?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't think
It will take. But then we put these
Except
seats.
if we take batch by batch.
If we put the seats, If we put the seats, and we're not that many, everybody has left. No, let them sit. Then people stand at the back.
All right. So please.
Madam BOT, you're going to sit on top now. You're going to take any of those seats on top. Please, I can't sit on top. I need you to go and sit on top. Please.
What of my guests?
Well, this is for Abuloma. Yes. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. You're national. You need to take a seat. Take a seat on the black seat. Please, on the black seat. Yeah, you either sit here or you stand. Do you understand? Uh-huh.